Hey, good morning, everybody. Nice to see you again. I hope you all enjoyed our last evening. No? Oh, you did? Okay, good. Well, now we start with the first lecture. It's GARCAP, Ganja Region Kurgan Archaeological Project, the Azerbaijani-Italian Joint Archaeological Project in Western Azerbaijan, 2080 to 2019. It's by Nicola Laneri, Bachtia Jalilov, excuse me, Stefano Valentini, Guido Gaducci, Lorenzo Crescelio, and Chiara Pappalardo. So, as I announced yesterday, it will be on video.
Dear organizers, colleagues, and participants, I'm Stefano Valentini, and I'll present the paper on behalf of all my colleagues. Unfortunately, as you know, the adverse circumstances prevent us from being there with you in presence. We are very sorry, and we apologize to everyone present and the organizers for causing any inconvenience. As I told Simone Arnold, who I had the pleasure of meeting in Florence last week on the occasion of our ICAS conference, having to leave for the expedition in Azerbaijan, we could not even be available online for any questions on the paper that I will present. I therefore kindly asked Simone to provide all of you with my email. It will be a pleasure for me and for my colleague to answer your questions by email in the hope of meeting you in the future at the next conference in Tbilisi or perhaps in one of our excavations in the Caucasus. Therefore, I thank the organizer for accepting our paper for this very interesting conference, which has the noble objective of meeting and discussing the scientific community of archaeologists active in the Caucasus. I'm going to share the screen. Also, we had the possibility to organize in Florence in 2018 the conference Constructing Kurgans, on which some of you, including some Georgian colleagues, were present. And this spirit of collaboration is the best we can wish for our scientific community. So have good luck with your conference, obviously. In this paper, I will present part of the results of the first two seasons, 2018 and 2019, of the GARCAP, Ganja Region Kurgan Archaeological Project in Western Azerbaijan. GARCAP is a joint project between CAMNES LDM Institute, together with the University of Catania and the National Academy of Science of Azerbaijan. Here you can see the project has been focused first on investigating the funerary sequence of kurgans located in the Uzur-Rahman steppe and dated to the so-called Kura Raks I period, about 3,500 and 3,000 BC. And second, the kurgans of Ganja city that are instead dated to the late Bronze, early Iron Age period, about 14th, 10th century before Christ. Here you can see both the region, the Ganja city and the Uzur-Rahman steppe. This presentation will concentrate on the excavation of the Kurgan 8, one of the 205 Kurgans identified through the preliminary reconnaissance survey in the Uzur-Rahman plateau, where Bakhtiar Jalilov had already excavated Kurgan 1 to 7. Here you can see the plateau with all the kurgans identified, and with the red triangles, you can see the excavated kurgans, and here the location of the Kurgan 8. I will give you a brief introduction on the method and the excavation technique that we adopted for the excavation of the Kurgan 8. The excavation of the kurgans has been for a long time the ground for the most reckless experimentations in the field of archaeology. Here you can see some examples of excavation strategies: open area, sections, trenches, sounding, and witnesses. Sometimes the imagination of the archaeologists took over, as in this case, where the barbercomb technique was experimented. But it is true that in the excavation of the kurgans, one of the problems is to combine the stratigraphy, the vertical dimension, with the topography and planimetry, the horizontal dimension. In our case, we decided to adopt a strategy that would allow us to dig the structure as far as possible in extension without leaving trenches, sections, or weaknesses. The slide shows the situation after the cleaning of the surface level of the kurgan height. Here you can see the partial destruction, the whitish surface of a section of the burial mound caused by a tractor to extract the white limestone of the plateau. After the cleaning, we applied a horizontal decoupage of the mound, trying to follow each stratigraphic unit or strata. This technique was introduced for the first time by the Ragoran. Here you can see the Ragoran on the slide, in the 1960s at Pinsevant. To give you an idea, it's like disassembling a cake layer by layer, following down each surface with on slope. Giving importance to the context during the excavation, we elaborated step by step planimetry, orthophoto, and 3D model of each level, always using photogrammetry, total station, a special software for the elaboration. Not a sheet of paper or a pencil was used during the excavation, except for the sketches in the excavation book. And here you can see on the slide a beautiful sketch of our excavation book, and I'm really proud of it. I would also underline that the excavation of the kurgan height has been a multidisciplinary project also on the field. For example, physical anthropologists have not arrived after the excavation, as usually happens. They, together with the archaeologists, took part in the recovery of the bones during the excavation. Now I will briefly present to you what the result was, showing you the biography of this kurgan. Here you can see this schematic sequence of the kurgan derived from the application on the field of the stratigraphic method, the Harris method, the matrix. For organic samples of seeds, charcoals, and human bones collected within the funerary chamber of the kurgan height have given us a preliminary result that established so calibrated dates within a range between 3,660 and 3,500 BC. The excavation of the funerary chamber of kurgan height confirmed the data available from the other Kuro-Araxes kurgans excavated in western Azerbaijan, in which the kurgan was used for a multiple deposition of the members of the communities, accompanied by a very poor set of funerary goods represented mostly by vessels. Another typical aspect of the kurgans of the Kuro-Arax period of western Azerbaijan is the partial burning of the funerary chamber that has been considered as part of a unique termination ritual within the funerary sequence of the use of the kurgans of this specific period. The original core of the kurgan was consisted of a large funerary chamber about 5 meters wide and 7 meters long, with an east-west orientation. In an initial phase, the virgin soil of the limestone plateau was cut for a depth of about 1.65 meters to create the pits for the funerary chamber and the dromos that was 1 meter wide and 2.2 meters long. The limits of these pits were filled with walls about 30-35 centimeters thick and built using rectangular monoliths. The chamber floor was probably formed by reusing small gravel and white lime plaster. A small pit filled with ash about 60 centimeters of diameter and 35 centimeters in depth was located, here you can see, at the exact center of the funerary chamber and might have been cut early in the construction process and used for ritual purposes. The frame of the chamber roof was made by long wooden beams, which were placed at an interval of about 20–40 centimeters and perpendicular to the entranceway. It is likely that the wooden framework of this nature was covered with the water and dye. Here you can see a reconstruction extracted from the virtual Kurgan Archaeological Park. If you want, you can navigate it on our website. Here the link. The chamber and the entrance dromos were circled by a line of medium-sized stones. Here you can see the alignment. On the top of the chamber and the dromos, a tumulus with a diameter of around 12 meters was erected with stones and pebbles. After its construction, kurganate was used for multiple depositions. Bodies were clustered in the western half of the chamber in a probable attempt to optimize the space and to fill the sector opposite the tomb entrance. Here, the space of the inhumations, and here the entrance. Although only a preliminary study on the bones has been carried out by the physical anthropologists, stratigraphic observation suggests that 4 individuals, 2, 4, 7, and 8, belong to the first phase of deposition in brown on the slide. Here you can see the deposition within the bones. Here you can see the close-up of the burials and some of the grave goods found together with the bones that clearly demonstrate a cultural horizon belonging to a Purarax I horizon, marked by the presence of vessels of monochrome varnished work that are typical of this archaeological phase in Western Azerbaijan, as well as other regions of the Southern Caucasus. Individual 2 was laid inside the grave on a wooden sledge, probably used to transport the dead inside the chamber through the steep sloping drums. Here you can see the traces and the imprint of the wood on the floor. After the first deposition phase, the southern wall collapsed inside the funerary chamber, with the exception of the section located in the southwest corner. Here, the collapsed wall, and here the southwest corner. The collapse of the wall caused also the partial collapse of the roofing that fell inside the chamber, reducing the available space to be used for funerary deposition. That was now limited to the portion more or less coinciding with the deposition area of the first phase of deposition, exactly here. The archaeological evidence seems to indicate a quick intentional rearrangement of the chamber. For depositing a few more individuals inside the empty area of the room, the collapsed mud bricks were piled up, part of the collapsed roof was removed, and some of the skeletal remains ascribed to the first phase of deposition were accumulated in the northwest corner, where we found them fully disarticulated and perhaps partly delimited by fragmentary bricks. Here you can see the bricks and the bones. Inhumation pertaining to the second phase of deposition are number 3, 5, and 6 in green on the slide. So here, concentrated in this part. And coming from this level are the pieces of a second carbonized wood sledge. And here you can see the charcoals of this sledge. Some other individuals were deposited inside the dromos in pink here on the slide, where the bones were found mostly disarticulated, as you can see from the slide here. Before the ritual burning of the chamber, a wooden structure was built at the southwest corner of the room above the inhumations. And here you can see the detail of this wooden box. The fire for the ritual burning of the chamber probably initiated in the wooden structure that was a sort of pile. Here you can see a detail. In fact, the flames first spread with greater force in the southwest corner of the room in this direction. Another intentional fire was set probably in the dromos using selected pieces of unburned beams from the collapse of the chamber roof. From its starting point in the dromos, the fire spread to the architrave, which burned down over the pre-existing layer of collapse inside the chamber. Here you can see the beam and the collapse layer below the beam. Thanks to the precious collaboration of the Italian firefighters with whom we discussed the archaeological data, we can hypothesize the dynamics of the fire inside the chamber. The consequent collapse of the beams and the sliding of the materials from tumulus must have, at least in part, suffocated the flames, reducing their intensity. For this reason, a part of the wooden beams of the structure remain unburned, although the wooden beams continue to slow burn beneath the debris. As you can see on the section here, the irregular surface of the depression, this line, resulting from the destruction was finally filled, and the original tumulus was reassessed. So the filled and the tumulus back. Probably during the filling operation, the last inhumation, individual one, the light here on the plane, was buried in the northern side of the chamber. A small pit, this one, that was dug on the surface of the kurgan just outside the chamber below the filling of the tumulus and containing only a small jar, can be probably associated with the ritual activity performed before the definitive abandonment of the funerary structure. After a long phase of abandonment of the sealed first kurgan, the visibility of the burial mound was used as a proxy for setting up a new kurgan. Two graves, 1 and 2, belong to this phase. Unfortunately, both the burials were looted in antiquity, but the black burnished vessels of the remaining red goods allowed us to suggest for the new kurgan a date to the post-Kuru Araks phase or early kurgans period, about 2500s and 2000s before Christ. Here you can see the schematic plan with the overlapping of the two mounds and the position of the two graves of the second kurgan. So the first mound with the chamber, and here the second, a more recent mound with the two graves located more or less at the center. Grave 1 contained the disturbed remains of one individual together with few funerary goods. On the southeast side of the tomb, a deposit of animal bones, including those of a snake, was found. Here you can see the snake bones. Grave 2 contained a single deposition. A preserved beam found near the grave suggests that it had a wooden roof that was most probably removed by the looters, who probably took out some of the precious objects as well as disturbing the buried individual. Animal offerings, ceramic vessels, and a bronze dagger were found inside the pit. Summarizing, here you can see the two mounds. In yellow, the first and oldest one with the funeral chamber, dated back to the middle of the 4th millennium. In blue, the second and latest one with the two graves in red, dated back to the mid-3rd millennium BC. The location of the two graves that were embedded into the old Kuro Arax kurgan, the yellow one, has a clear symbolic association. They disturbed only the walls of the previous funerary chamber and not the chamber itself, as you can see here. The second and later kurgan in blue on the slide consists of an external circle of stones which incorporates also the first tumulus, but it is separated by an intermediate path that may have been used for the performances of ritual activities. From the overlapping of the perimeters of the two mounds, it is clear that these are not concentric. In fact, while the oldest has a regular circular shape, the more recent one has an oblong outer ring about 16 meters north to south and 18 meters east to west. But, and this is significant, they converged both on a tangent point at the entrance of the dromos, where a large stone as a sippus inside the green circle, this ring, was located and discovered at the beginning of the excavation. We don't know exactly when both grade 1 and 2 were looted, most likely by someone who knew their location below the stone mound. From that moment up to the present day, the kurgan, except for the modern intrusion of a mechanical means for the extraction of the white limestone, remains practically intact, waiting the archaeologists of Garka. Before finishing my speech, let me thank all the institutions that support the project, CAMNES here in Florence, the University of Catania, and the National Academy of Science of Azerbaijan. Our greatest acknowledgements go also to the Ministero degli Affari Esteri, the LDM Institute in Florence, and the Fondazione OL Mediterraneo Antico of Catania. Also, our thanks go to the governor of the city of Ganja. Finally, I will deeply thank our great workers on the site and all the scholars, researchers, and students who participated in the excavations. For more information on our project, GARCAP, here are the references and here the link on our web site. So I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a successful work and a very good conference. Bye-bye.
So during this presentation, I will introduce you some archaeobotanical data from the basin of Lake Sevan. Apparently, I am the only archaeobotanist over here, so I am not going to overload you with much data and technical data about my study, and I will concentrate on the main results, and I also may tell you some common things related to archaeobotany, just for an introduction. The studies are lasting already more than 10 years, and already 4 sites are involved, 4 Bronze Age sites are involved in this study. But before starting with the particular data that are coming from these sites, I would like to tell you that this study has been done based on carpological remains. It means seeds, fruits, and other diaspora of plants have been studied. And this approach is the best if you want to extract, to get data about plant economy, about diet of the people that inhabited those sites. If you want to get information about environment, vegetation cover, etc., you go with palynological data and also anthropological data, which means that you study pollen, and in case of anthropology, you study wood remains, including charcoal. On these slides, you see those sites that have been investigated. In fact, my study and presentation is a part of that group of large studies that are being done with Arsène Bobochian, René Kunz, and have been introduced yesterday with Mariam Amilian. So two of those sites are, no, three of those sites are in the south. Are those in the southeastern part of Seven Lake Basin, and this one is Artanish 9. The one that the most recently studied one is this. Regarding methodology, standard classical methods of archaeobotany have been applied here. It's a recovery and separation of plant remains has been done by flotation and wet sieving methods. Wet sieving, you know for sure. Flotation is based on that phenomenon that when there are light materials in sediments, you mix it with water, they float up, and you pour it in sieves. Then you dry them, separate useful identifiable remains, and already the rest of the work is with these remains. Just sketch for main results that we have serials recorded there, and we can say that all those sites have serial-based agrarian agricultural economy. And before going with details for each site, I would like to introduce you the main cultivated plants that are common for the whole South Caucasus, including the basin of Lake Sevan. These are bread wheat. This one. Bread wheat is the most common cereal all over the world nowadays, and apparently also for the historical and prehistorical times. Almost everything that nowadays we use made of cereals are mostly coming from bread wheat. And the next most common one is barley, particularly hullet barley. There are hullet and naked varieties of barley. What means it? That, for example, bread wheat is naked cereal. It means when you thresh, you get grains out of the hulls. And in case of barley, hullet barley, you cannot do that. But there are varieties of naked barley as well that were more common during, at least for the Caucasus, during Neolithic and Chalcolithic, but during Bronze Age, there are almost no records of naked barley. This is how they look. Emmer is the next most common one. I think you know that. And there were also club bread wheat, which is, according to present-day classification, a variety of this bread, but they grow shorter with thicker straw and with compact ears, and they are more dry resistant. But nowadays, this variety almost pushed out from agriculture, and we rarely see that. And also rye, secale cereale, and sometimes when you buy black bread, it's made of secale rye. Well, I am not expecting that you read all of this. I just introduced you to show what we have. And this one from Artanish 9, it's early Bronze Age settlement, not far from Lake Sevan. And here, you know that plant names, and not just plant names, everything alive is classified, and their names are in Latin, sometimes using Greek Greek terms, and there are binomial names. This one is genus name and species name. So these are names for cultivated plants. Wild plants, Triticum, for example, it's the wheat. Hordeum vulgare, it's the barley. So you see that we have wheat and emmer. Triticum dicocum is the emmer, and barley. This table is for, and the slide is for Sotk 2. This site that was introduced yesterday by Mariam as early Bronze Age, middle, late Bronze Age, transitional layers. And this table is for Bronze Age, only Bronze Age materials. And here, the same situation, we have red wheat, we have club wheat, we have emmer, you see, maybe segale also, and we have barley, mostly Haled varieties. These are how those remains are looking when you already pick up them from that concentration that you get from flotation. These ones are for emmer and barley. On this slide, you see remains of threshing waste. So when you thresh the cereals, the crop, and we know them, most of those hulls are taken away from with wind, but you have something remaining there, heavier stuff, which are bases of spiculates, in fact, and but waste over there, but for us, they are very useful material because they are very characteristic and they bear diagnostic features according which you can go more into details, say which variety is that, not just the species, but sometimes even subspecies and variety you can identify according to these remains. Here we have a spiculate basis of emmer. And also for archaeology, the most important thing, information that is coming from these remains, that you can talk about at least local processing, which may be evidence for local agriculture. Means it has been cultivated somewhere around, but not improved as grains, as ready grains from somewhere. Again, another table just to show you that there is a huge list for wild and weedy plants in Sotk. But amongst these taxa that have been identified in Sotk, at Sotk and in at other investigated sites, everything are from local flora. There are no species or genera that are not growing nowadays in surroundings. And analyzing this assemblage of identified recorded taxa, we can say that environment was more or less the same during Bronze Age around of Lake Sevan, at least for herbaceous vegetation. This slide is for Norabak 1 site. And here, again, the same situation. We see bread wheat, we see emmer and barley. Yeah, by the way, also fruit remains of two possibly cultivated species are recorded, cherry and grape. But I am a bit skeptic about these ones because they may be intrusion. So in order to confirm that they are from Bronze Age, we need to do C14. It's something for future and, you know, related to the findings. And for the rest of the recorded plants, these are weeds and weedy plants that are coming from local vegetation. Geghakar site is the last studied one. There are only a couple of samples from here, and again from the basin of Lake Sevan. Why I put photo of sheep over there? Because I believe that this site may be related to pastoral activity, particularly to transhumance. But still, as in other sites of Armenia and in the South Caucasus, so in general, pastoral communities had also agrarian activity, and over here we can see that the same species that are common for the other sites are recorded here. You see Triticum aestivum turcidum, Hordeum vulgare, Emer, Triticum picocum, and the rest again repeats whatever we had for the previous sites. By the way, I would like to note that part of these wild plants are coming from hygrophilous and hydrophilous vegetation. It means that they have been growing in humid conditions, and they represent wetlands, vegetation that grows along the channels, rivers, on the banks of lake, etc. Summarizing these data that we have from these archaeological sites around of Lake Sevan, we can say that agriculture had important role in for the life of these people, in these Bronze Age people inhabiting these sites. Yeah, they complement our knowledge about Bronze Age economy of the region. And the most important thing for me that these data are complementing and confirming the theory that during whole Bronze Age and also early Iron Age, situation for the South Caucasus regarding agriculture was more or less similar in terms of the cultivated plant assemblage. What I mean that only cereals have been cultivated, or almost only cereals have been cultivated through this quite wide span of time in the South Caucasus. This theory is coming from several dozen sites through whole South Caucasus, and even including the territory of modern-day Dagestan. And tons of sediments have been studied, thousands of samples, and there are almost no remains of pulses and oil crops, only cereals, and particularly those several cereals that I show it in this slide. These are common for whole South Caucasian Bronze Age and early Iron Age sites. So I think this is the main things that I wanted to share with you. If you have questions, I will be very happy to answer.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting talk.
Thank you.
Maybe to wait for the microphone. Are there any questions? Any question, please?
Oh, thank you, Roman. I had a question on comparison, because you were working also on sites in the plain. and the Sevan Lake Basin is quite high. So
Yes,
we are speaking
around
about sites,
2,000 meter above sea.
probably they are more than 2,000 meters, right? These sites, all of them, if I'm not mistaken, more or less,
Yeah, around 2,000, sometimes a bit more.
a bit more. Can you see any difference in preference between the cereals that were used in the plain, like in the Ararat plain on the sides, and the cereals that were used on these higher elevations? Like maybe the cereals are the same, but the proportions,
Yes,
what if they were changing so that the people
yeah,
in the
very good
plain,
question. Thank you, Paul.
that's
Yeah, that's the thing that really we had to pay attention, and we did. So according to the present data, the assemblage is the same plants for high altitudes and for lowlands, but the proportions are really different. The main thing is that for lowlands we have more wheat, and for highlands we have more barley. And this is something that we should have expected because wheat is more resistant against drought and prefers warmer conditions than barley. Barley is more resistant against cold, against freezes, and sometimes requires a bit more humidity than barley, than wheat does.
Yeah. Thank you for your lecture.
Thank you.
In the list of the last place you showed us, there were 2 species of gallium, and I would like to ask: is it general? You have it in your? No, it was there. Yes.
This one?
Yeah. Is it a general thing in your find stuff? And for what was it used? What do you think?
Mostly we have 2 species identified: gallium spurium and gallium aparine. Probably, as you asked that question, I already understand that you know that roots of gallium can be used for as a dye for painting purposes. Yeah, that was the. Yes, theoretically it can be used. For what?
For cheese.
Cheese. For cheese. Frankly, I didn't know about that. Yeah. Yes, theoretically it may be used for that, and also the roots of gallium for paint, but we do not have direct evidence for that. We have those plants, but have they been used or not? With my material, I cannot say that.
Any other question? I have a question. Is there, when I see the landscape around the Lake Sevan, are there any indications of the old fields, such as terraces? Because when your plants have such plants in the highlands, it maybe not sometimes necessary to have terraces. Are there any indications around the settlements?
Yeah. For some sites, they have plain areas around, and that may have been cultivated. And yes, for those areas where those plains are lacking, there are terraces. And in general, it's common for all Armenia and for South Caucasus.
Okay. Yeah. So if there are not any further questions, thank you very much again for your talk. And we have the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dorothea Mauermann, if I'm right, yeah, about highwaymen in Transcaucasia.
Okay, thank you very much for this kind invitation. For the first time, I have to apologize because normally was writing here, but it disappeared because of using freeware, I thought. First, you have to see the title, but it's written also in the paper at Gerard Zor, Highwayman in Transcaucasia. But more important, I have to name my colleagues working with me in Armenia. First, Hamasab Khachatryan, he is head of the Chirac Regional Museum. Larissa Yeganyan, she left in 2019, Rosemont, and Levon Petrosyan. From the German part, Andreas Furtwängler, Matthias Gütte, Tobi Neuser, and Anja Tietz. So today I want to give you some insights in the results of our excavation in the last year in Chirac, the northwestern province of Armenia. The excavations have been carried out since 2010 through a cooperation between the Chirac Regional Museum and the Saxony-Anhalt State Office for Archaeology and Heritage Management. In the process, work was carried out at various sites in the Chirac. Let us first take a look at the natural feature of the Chirac area. The terrain rises steeply from the Araxes Plain, which is situated at an altitude of just under 900 meters above the sea level. At the border pass with Georgia, the mountain rises to 2,200 meters. In the west, the deeply cut canyon of the Akurian with its small tributaries dominate the landscape. To the east, the Aragats rise to 4,000 meters. The heart of the region is the vast Chirac Plain, which is bordered to the east and north by the Pambak and Basun mountain range. The fertile soil of mountain black earth offers good opportunity for cereal and vegetable cultivation, which, however, depends on regular irrigation. Livestock farming is the main activity on the mountain steps of the higher altitudes. So you see here the Chirac Plain. The Chirac Plain extends west to Karst, is a transit area between the Anatolian highlands and the Kura Valley, as well as between the Araxes Plain and the Upper Kura Valley. It formed the passage to various deposits of natural resources, such as copper from Alaverdi or gold from Santrisi, which were of interest and exploited by various civilizations throughout the time. It's due to this interest that Chirac Plateau was continuously populated. The Chirac Plain was subject to usual fluctuation in settlement density. I can show here. In settlement density that can be observed throughout Transcaucasia. The earliest verifiable traces of settlement can be linked to the extensive deposits of obsidian. A number of settlements are found here in the early Bronze Age, disappearing in the Middle Bronze Age. Evidence of settlement activities from the Middle Bronze Age is rare. Only at the beginning of the Late Bronze Age where activity increased again. The Late Bronze Age in the area of Chirac is one of the main research topics of our excavation. In particular, we transition from the especially transformed society of the Middle Bronze Age to a new sedentarism and the associated major building activities. In the foreground are questions of dating and the social political context of these building activities, the most striking feature of which is the construction of the so-called Cyclopean fortresses. The name is given to the use of large stone blocks up to then man-high for massive walls, which were erected on a well-defensible terrain spores. A second essential question concerns the purpose of its constructions and the social structure connected with it. The study of a third question, that is the temporal end and its course, and can indirectly shed light on this. Thanks to the extensive and wide-ranging investigations of the Armenian-American Aragats project in the area of Zagarovit, a plateau northeast of the Shirak Plain, the phenomenon of the Cyclopean fortresses was considered separately from the formation of the Eurasian state structures. Rather, the colleagues succeeded in showing that it was a fundamental change in the settlement structure at the beginning of the late Bronze Age. Thanks to extensive radiocarbon data, the chronology is on a more secure footing than it was at the end of the 20th century. With our investigation of settlement and the fortress of Azatan, we obtained radiocarbon data and the stratigraphic observation. It is now possible to determine the temporal end and of this phenomenon, respectively, to confirm the obtained data of the Aragats project. This chronological classification opens new possibility for the interpretation of the demise of the fortresses. So let me say some words to Azatan. The settlement of Azatan is located on a chain of hill on the southern edge of the Shirak Plain. Since 2011, the 36-hectare settlement area with its various necropolises has been investigated. The heart of the settlement is located on two opposite hills, separated by an erosion valley. On the eastern hill rises a Cyclopean fortress, this part. On the slope of the western hill lies a settlement consisting of about 50 semi-subterranean building units deepened into a slope. The individual housing units have a courtyard in front normally, where we found various installations for production of food, such as hearth graters, grating bowls, pestless bread bowls. This part of the settlement has no fortification. The eastern mound, on the other hand, had been massively fortified. The structure of the terrain requires only a semi-circular fortification, since the slope to the west, with its steep gradients, has a natural fortification. Such a characteristic is visible at various fortresses. As an example, you see here the fortresses of Aykabats and Aykadzor. So the defense wall of the Azatan fortress is constructed from huge unworked basalt blocks in 3.5 meter wide double shell masonry, backfilled with smaller stone chips. The easy attackable east wall is protected by 6 risolites. The construction at one part of the eastern wall was a bit obscure since a kind of rams seems to lead into the fortress and hence deprive the fortress of its function, well demonstrated by my colleague Toby Neuser in here. For that reason, we decided to open a trench at this part and on the outside of the defense wall between the ramp in the south and the risalit in the north. At the base of the wall, 3 rubbish pits were uncovered. So the material from the trench and the pit is mixed. It contains reference to the early settlement activities around the 15th century BC at the fortress and the wool settlement. Unfortunately, we could not identify undisturbed layer of this early period within the fortress wall. The material, because of its mixed character, indicate that at one point the pit are filled up with material from the inside of the fortress to clean the area for new building activity in the 5th and 4th century. In the course of that building activity, this ramp must be created too. The date of the earliest settlement activity at Azatan is confirmed by radical bone sample recovered directly under the fortification wall with the dates around the late 15th and the beginning of the 14th century. Another observation on the southwestern outcrop of the fortification, this part in here, gave a hint to the end of the fortress. The construction at this square W21 seems to be an open semi-subterranean courtyard encircled by 3 walls and a slab plastered floor, possibly a stable or stockyard indicated by 2 installations for feeding animals. 4 cyclopean blocks from the fortification wall were integrated in the western wall of that building, and hypothesizes that the fortress wasn't in use anymore at this time. The material from the floor of the W21 building can usually date to the 11th until 10th century BC, and this date is confirmed by the radiocarbon samples from the floor. It marks that the time when the stable was in use was at the same time a date as the fortress wasn't in use any longer. In summary, it appears that the fortress was erected at the beginning of the second half of the 2nd millennium BC and were abandoned or destroyed towards the end of the 12th century. At the moment, we can only speculate about the causes. As far as can be seen, however, it's not a locally limited phenomenon. If one looks beyond Transcaucasia, it becomes clear that at the time the various great empires with their partly strong, hierarchically structured society perished. To this day, the cause of this collapse remain unclear. A popular assumption is that social unrest and migration occurred due to climate changes. It is possible that these profound changes extended further east to Transcaucasia than previously thought. Only new radiocarbon and especially new palynological data will bring clarity about this. After the fall or abandonment of the fortress, an unfortified settlement was erected on the western slope. According to radiocarbon data, the first settlement activity at this place took place on the turn from the 2nd to the 1st millennium. The settlement was abandoned at the end of the 9th or in the course of the 8th century. The reason for this may have been Eurasian raids to the north. Let us now turn to a site that has been investigated by Chirac expedition since 2016. This is a hill of Gerasor. It's located 20 kilometers north of Gyumri on the eastern bank of the Akurian River. Due to its favorable location, the steep and was easily defensible hill at the ford of the Akurian River was a coveted settlement site. It marks, as you see on the map, it marks a narrow point between the river bank and the road to the north, forcing the traveler to change the bank of the river at this point. From here, the road leads westward towards Kars and the plain of Erzurum to Inner Anatolia and the Black Sea, respectively. From the settlement hill, a valley opens to the northeast in the direction of Hormig, a settlement that was especially important in Hellenistic and Roman time. Through this valley, Gerasor is connected with the plain of Stepanavan, the coverage area of Alaverdi, Lori, and above it with the lower course of Kura River. The hill must have played an important role as a road post, as evidenced by a massive attack on the settlement, which we'll discuss later. In the area photographed, the surrounding walls can be seen. Several soundings were carried out in the area of this wall. Material from the Iron Age and the Middle Age was found. Intensive excavation have so far concentrated on the north slope, onto superimposed terraces, residential area were uncovered. You can see this in this part. This the two terraces, the upper terrace and the lower terrace. Let me turn to the lower terrace. In 2018, room number 2 on the lower terrace was opened. Here, it soon became apparent that this installation belongs to the Bronze Age, to the late Bronze Age. What is unclear is the interpretation of a circular structure lying next to the east wall. It's this one. Lying next to the east wall of the room. In the center of the structure, we find a prismatic stone. The first suspicion was, through comparison with the shrine of Geggerod, that this was a similar structure, a kind of shrine. The radiocarbon dates show that our installation was in use at about the same time as the Geggerod shrine in 14th century, 13th century BC. In addition to this installation, nearly 20 vessels were uncovered. For the most part, these are storage vessels. Another parallel for the inventory of Geggerod is formed by a long rectangular ceramic vessel, which measured about 50 to 15 centimeter and it's about 50 centimeter high. So I give you here the example of Geggerod on the left hand, and on the right side you can see our place in Gerasor with some examples for ceramic vessels. And what I mean with the longer rectangular, it's kind of this one, and you have this from Gerasor. On this long rectangular vessel, there's a long oval opening in the bottom. This stood on a kind of platform, and it is believed it was a smoking vessel, possibly for smoking fish or meat. Like the other vessels, it was found largely shattered, flattened in situ. It seems that here roof or walls have fallen on this ensemble of finds. It's also possible that the room was intentionally sealed. It's not to decide now. Whether this late Bronze Age settlement was fortified in any way cannot be said at the moment. Also, its temporal end can only be reconstructed indirectly so far. While a purely late Bronze Age inventory was uncovered in room 2 of a lower terrace, just described, the other rooms belong to a later phase of use. So it's again the room 2 with the last excavation in this part. It's only a late Bronze Age, and the other ones on the upper terrace, and here it belongs to the Iron Age. The investigation in room 1 of the lower terrace, as well as those of the 5 rooms on the upper terrace, show that this is an Iron Age settlement. A first phase of this settlement fell victim to a massive attack, as evidenced by a burnt layer, as well as bronze and iron weapons show. These were found partly stuck in the wall. The ensemble of weapons is quite mixed. Both iron shaft arrowheads and bronze ones were used. Comparisons with arrowheads from Ioannese refers the rate to the 7th century. The weapons and arrowheads point stylistically to the Eurasian cultural area. The raid seems to have severely destroyed the settlement. The massive attack on Gerasor in the Middle Iron Age can be most easily explained by geographical location of the hill and its strategic importance. As a control post at the Aquarian crossing, it offers good opportunity for highwaymen who made life difficult for travelers or traders when it was no longer acceptable the settlement on the hill was erased to the ground. So this is it. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting talk. Are there some questions, Sven? Sorry.
Thank you very much. I have a question concerning the chronology of Haikazor. So you mentioned C14 data.
Geradzor.
No, Haikabersten.
Haikazor.
Yeah, Haikazor.
Yeah, Haikazor.
Yeah.
This is a project of our colleagues from Chirac Regional Museum, you know. I thought till now we haven't any C14 data.
Then I'm sorry, I misunderstood that you had 15, 14.
No, it's
BC.
only to show that this the fortress is built up in the same way. It's only use one wall. At the other side, you have the steep slopes. It's like common for some fortresses, you know. And it's like in Lori. It's you have the wall, and on the other hand, you have the steep slopes as a defending possibility.
Do you know how do they date the fortress?
I thought it's also 15th, 14th century, but I'm not sure about. I have to ask Kamik Kachadrian.
Thank you.
Could you give the
My question is concerning the weapons you showed at the with the last slide. Where did you find them? So can you be sure that they are the weapons of the
attacks
of the attacker?
Yes, the situation show up like they stuck in the wall. Sometimes laying on the floor, and there's some pieces stuck in the walls. So it's yes. So it seems that it will be an attack, and also you have the burned layers. So yes, it's exciting.
Yeah, thank you very much for that interesting lecture. I have a question concerning the building you showed us on the terrace. You talked about mangals, the smoking vessels. Are there is there just one, or are there more?
No, till now in Geradzor we have this only one this example.
Is it already published?
No, it's excavated in 2020, and it was in 2021, yes. And it's in restoration at the moment. Should be with the material from Geradzor published.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question about the building in Azatan, interpreted as a stable, if I understood correctly. So, and subterranean building.
It's sunken on the
It's on all four sides, or like on three sides, and then the entrance is from one side.
Yes, it's a bit uncomfortable situation for us, because there's one side to the south, it changed often during the times. They built up a new structure inside. You have it's not only the phase of early Iron Age. You have two upper layers from Achaemenid times, and so especially in this part it was destroyed. The situation is a bit unclear, but by the topographic, it seems like you came like the ramp inside of this kind of stable.
What are there any installation
Yes.
inside for
Yes.
this interpretation, or what were the
Yes,
reasons?
you have some on the east side, and on the west side you have two installations with vertical setting stones in a row, like for feeding animals to build up, I don't know the word in English, Raufe, Futterraufe. Okay, for it's for putting
throw. Yeah,
Yeah.
but so for so like it was for many animals, not just like two, but in a row.
Mm.
Is it a big structure for, I don't know, like 10, or how many animals would you expect?
If I have to speculate, I think it's for at
Oh.
least 10, not more. If you
Cattle.
talk about kettles.
Thank you.
Further questions? Sorry, I have also a question.
Mhm.
Have you any idea about the size of the settlement and how is it organized? Is it with unique houses, or are there some prominent?
At
Buildings.
Jericho or at Azertan? The last one, or?
Both of them.
Okay. So because at Azertan we worked a long time, now we have some idea that it takes 36 hectares, because we know the necropolis is, and we see in the area photograph, you can see the settlement and the house structures. At Jericho till now, it's really difficult to imagine how huge the site
So how
is.
many people live there roughly? Oh, okay.
In general, so we have to wait for the excavations. Till now, it's only speculation. Azertan, I thought in the early Iron Age, if you construct 50 housing units, I'm not sure. Let's say 5 people for one housing units. Yeah, it's on speculation.
Okay, thank you very much again for your talk. And then we have the next speaker, Paula Haguya and Alessandra Filipe. Please. Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thanks for the organizers for being here on this conference, for having this occasion to present our material. And I will speak also on behalf of my colleagues, Alessandra Gilibert and Arsene Bobochian. It's about the project that we are actually working on since 2012. And these are our results from this period. And it's going about the exploitation of the high mountains. It's financed now from the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft since the last year, but as I told you, actually the results that I present here are already from the previous period, which was financed by the 3 respective institutions and by Fritz Thyssen Stiftung. As you all know, the Near East is a very mountainous region. And when I'm speaking about high mountains, I'm speaking about an area which in the South Caucasus is considered to be above the tree line. So which is 2,200, 2,300 meters. Of course, there are different geographical definitions of what the mountains are, what the high mountains are based on slope and relief and so on. But for our purposes, the thing that interests us more is the presence of tree line. So because everything which is above is mostly in South Caucasus, vast grasslands and only much higher than stones and rocks. Actually, what I would like you to take from this lecture at the end of it is to trying to sensibilize you about the importance of high mountains, and that the exploitation of high mountains will tell us many things about the plain that we cannot see in the plain itself because it's obstructed the view. So except of being in the periphery, I think it's a very important missing link or a piece of mosaics that was missing until now for us. Now, why? So I see in 4 different areas an importance of the high mountain. So the first of it is for hunting, then as a source of primary materials, but then also in cult, ritual, and pastoralism. And now I will go through all of them. So hunting is something which is done also today. There are people who pay thousands of dollars to hunt the wild animals, which are like wild goats and white sheep. They can be quite impressive animals. You can see they're big size. And we know that it happened also in prehistoric times. We have a lot of petroglyphs. There are thousands of them in the South Caucasus that show exactly the same activities in taking place in the high mountains. You can recognize it on the big horns of the wild goats, different species of that. As the source of primary materials, there are metals, but also obsidian. For example, in Armenia, from 8 sources, known sources of obsidian, 4 of them are in high mountains in the regions which are about 2,200 meters. And if I'm not mistaken, Sotk would also fall into this category, which is about 2,200 meters. So it would be for me already the high mountain. And I suspect several of the copper ores in the High Caucasus, in the Great Caucasus, would also fall here. Then, at least since 1930s, we know from time of Mar and Smirnov that in high mountains, in the summer camps of the pastoralists, they discovered so-called bishops, dragon stones, that some of them were shaped as a fish, the others were in form of a menhir with a depiction of an animal head, which is probably a ram or sometimes interpreted as a bull. And I will tell about you more later, but this is just to give you the idea of what is the state of research about the high mountains. And then we have the 4th big area, which is the pastoralism in the high mountains. And why is that important? Because the plain, at least south in Armenia, already in May, it can be very, very dry. But the mountains are water rich. They offer good pastures with a lot of water. So this is a completely different area which can bring the people with their animals and attracts them. To give you the idea for the proportion of this land in Armenia, so half of the grazing lands is actually in subalpine and alpine zone. If you look on the table, you can see that the half of the total. So this is important, and I think it would be similar in South Georgia, it would be similar in East Turkey, and even in Northwest Iran. So this is something which is typical for the landscape. And it enables to keep a lot of animals all the year through. Nowadays in Armenia, it's like 700,000 sheep, but in Soviet times, when it was even more intensive, it was the triple, up to 2 million of them. So this is really, we are speaking about big numbers that are only possible to keep all year thanks to this system of vertical mobility, that the people with their animals are in the plain during October and May. And then when it starts to be too dry, they are moving upwards, up to reaching 3,000 meters in July.
So the season vertical mobility plays a very important role today. And as archaeologists, we would like to know, when did it start? Like, what was the first point that the people started to use the high pastures? And in the literature, you can find three options, different. One of them is, at least since 1990s, it's clear that there are a lot of graves in dating to Middle Bronze Age, but there are also opinions based on different evidence. First of all, by the presence of settlements on the periphery of the plain that could point to even earlier initiation of this method of vertical pastoralism. It's not only transhumance, because there are several other. That's why I prefer the term vertical pastoral mobility. So the other two options are early Bronze Age and Chalcolithic. Now, why I think it's important, because imagine what it means if we wouldn't have this system. So if there is no vertical pastoral mobility and the people don't go with their animals up there, we have to expect something completely different in the plain. So either the climate changed, and or the people live with different subsistence strategies, or there were maybe other groups, or the animal husbandry was present, but with much smaller numbers, because when it is dry, you cannot feed them, the animals. Or we have different settlement structures, so that we have enough settlements where they are today in these periods. So our project basically can offer new input to two of these four areas, because we don't have any obsidian sources on Aragats and not even metal ones. So I will speak about the ritual and about the pastoralism. We decided when we started our work to make a survey of bishops of these dragon stones. And you can see already here that it's a broad spectrum of how they look like. So some of them are small, others are up to 5 meters, even very few examples are more than 5 meters big. So this is really impressive statues, if you want, in this sense. Fish, or the second type with animal height, and sometimes in Geram Mountains there is a group that combines these both iconographies. We mapped them, and so what we knew from literature, but then we also went to the field, and you can see that the distribution area spans from Erzurum in Turkey, then to Javakheti and to Trialeti in Georgia, and it goes to Lake Sevan in Armenia. And we suspect that it might be also in Iran, although we don't have any reports now yet. But the geographical area is very similar to what we know from the others. So I would not be surprised if in the future something would be found also there. And we were concentrating on two of these areas. So we went to Geram Mountains and on Aragats to map them more precisely. And what came out is that vast majority of them turned out to be concentrated between 2,000 and 3,000 meters in the elevation. There are very few exceptions which are lower down, very few exceptions which are above 3,000 meters. But on Gera Mountains, you can see it here, it's almost all of them are in this range. Very similar on Aragats. Most of them are indeed very close, almost making a bend on the south slopes of Mount Aragats. And interestingly, there is no visual communication between them. It would have been very easy to obtain it because they are in a concave meadows on the ridges. So if they would like make it 100 meters, 300 meters to the left or to the right, they would have been intervisible, these stones. But it was evidently not the main purpose of what was intended by the builders. After the survey, we decided we want to know more. We want to know how they date and why they were built. And this is not possible without excavation. So we chose one of the sites on Aragats. It is Karmirsar site where the highest concentration of these stones was found. So altogether 12 bishops are known from this single place. It's 2 hours drive from the next village. It's about 2,850 meters above the sea level. It's a very impressive place, 60 hectares of meadow. It's still very favorite by the local pastoralists who each year come there for 3 months and they make their camp in the middle of it. It has a commanding view of the Ararat Valley. It has 2 springs, 2 water springs, a lot of ponds, so very water-rich meadow. We excavated most of those stones there. 3 of them you see here, like the most impressive ones. They needed to be turned. So usually when we found them, they were laying down with the decoration covered, so that was not visible, with very few exceptions. And we could identify the context. We were searching for primary context, but many of them turned out to be secondary. They were simply moved. So not in all cases we could identify the pit. You can also see that it's not always the same situation. So sometimes it's put on a cromlech, the bishop. Sometimes we have it with a circle of very loose stones, and sometimes there are no stone circles at all in the vicinity of the bishop. So very variant situations. But as I told you, in some of the cases we found the pits, as in this one. We could date the content, but in one of the cases we not only have the pit, but we also have the tail of the bishop, the base of the bishop still sitting in the pit. And this is a very interesting situation because it looks like the bishop fell down like a tree, that somebody was cutting it instead of simply pushing it down. This is the base of the bishop, and the rest of it is laying around, and the very upper part is completely missing. So this is a very special context. And what also makes it special is that this is the only place where we have found bones. You have to think we are on a place where pastoralists go for millennia, but we don't have any bones preserved, not even from medieval times. We have several medieval contexts, no bones. So this is clearly a preservation issue. And the only situation where we find bones is when they are completely burnt. There is no organic left anymore. So this is just the mineral part. They are completely calcified bones and very, very fragmentary. And now you will ask, okay, so what are the dates from these pits? So this is the result. As you see, there are 2 groups. So we have some dates that fall clearly to the Chalcolithic period. We are shortly before 4000 BC. And then there is a second group, which falls into the Middle Bronze Age. Now, we have a discussion inside the team, so this is still a question of what to prefer. But we are developing, at least me and Alessandra, a very strong preference for the Chalcolithic date, because they are simply in all of the pits that we excavated, with one exception. It's this one that has clearly several Middle Bronze Age dates and no Chalcolithic from this pit. But this is a context where we actually found 2 pits. One was Middle Bronze Age, where the bishop was placed and it fell down from this pit. So this is the position in which we found the bishop. But close to it, there was a rectangular pit with the Chalcolithic dates. And we suspect that this might have been the case of a secondary reuse of a bishop, because this particular bishop had also a line which cut through the original decoration. And we had it already observed on several other bishops that people in later times try to reinterpret them in anthropomorphic sense, and they put belts on them. So this might be an example, but perhaps originally the bishop stood there in the dead pit that would fit according to the measurements. And then later on, much later on, somebody re-erected the bishop. This is not that strange because this happens up to today. So the people interact with the stones. Some of them are venerated in the churches. Others are brought down to the plain as funerary monuments. So there is a lot of interaction because these stones were remaining for millennia visible after they fell in these surroundings. Well, so, but why the people did them and why they did them so high? So we need to take into consideration two aspects. So one of them is that it must have played certain role in the community, because it's something that cannot be done by 2 or 3 people. So it's a lot of effort necessary to invest in this and to do them so high. And then the second aspect is why are they on those particular places, and what we could figure out, or what is also implied by the position, that they are mostly placed in these water-rich, secluded meadows with a lot of springs. So when we map them, they are very close to the water springs. So the absolute majority is less than 1 kilometer from the next water spring. And this is done on the base of Soviet maps when there are not all water springs available in the mountains. But you can see that the proportion is much higher of what one would expect if they were simply random dispersed over all the area in the mountains. And the iconography, we're trying to understand that, and Alessandra came up with a proposal that the bishop can actually point to the dual approaches to the origin of the water, like what the people imagined where the water came from. Because the fish, you can ask this big fish of 5 meters, what are they doing in 3,000 meters elevation? But in the ancient Near East, one of the common ideas about the origin of the water was the underground ocean, which comes out. So in this sense, maybe the fish makes sense. And the other approach was to interpret it in terms of rain coming from the sky, which was the realm of the weather gods. So, and which had the ram and the bull and the sacrifices in this direction. So this is something which maybe we can connect both of the iconographies on one common denominator. Yeah, then to pastoralism, what can we say about the evidence from this high mountain site? Concerning the Middle Bronze Age, it's true also on our side, there are a lot of cromlechs. We have excavated some of them and they were confirmed as Middle Bronze Age dating. We call them graves. The anthropologists don't like it if there are no bones, but even here we don't have bones. So even everything looks like a grave, the form, we have the vessels there, we have jewelry, but no bones. And there are more than 20 of these cromlechs visible by naked eye on the site itself, but some of them we could discover only thanks to the geophysical prospection done by ground penetrating radar, which for this underground turned out to be the best method. What surprised us is that after 8 years of excavations, when we thought that we don't have any early Bronze Age because we didn't find a single piece of pottery until then, suddenly a big structure was identified with 80 meters diameter, which is a structure that is known from the plain from several other parallels as a jellyfish or aggregated cells structure. It's something which is known even from Jordany. So it goes down is several thousand kilometers, so it's a known typology. The ones that are known from Armenia, from the lowlands, date to the Middle and Late Bronze Age. But our one looks earlier, because we dated it. We have pottery, which is Kuro-Arax, and we have radiocarbon dates. There are also two groups, but the ones that are connected with the stones of the structure are the Kuro-Arax ones. So we are in the first half of the 3rd millennium BC by this structure, and this is something that we imagine can only be connected with pastoralism, because such a huge structure cannot be done like a camp for hunters. So it doesn't make really sense. And also the parallels that are known from the plain, I think Roman maybe can contribute to that, that it looks like some of the cells were serving for people and other of the cells were serving for animals, because there are some coprolites and there are some cereals in other of them. So this can be maybe the explanation of what this looked like. So this would be like our evidence for pastoralism, at least since the early Bronze Age. The Chalcolithic is open. Now, these are all the dates that we have up till now from the site. And you can already see on it that there are some points that can be episodes that are not really completely in line. We have them only from single contexts, so we cannot be really sure if they are all over the site or if this is a single event that people for some reasons went there, but was not a continuous presence in the Chalcolithic or early Bronze Age. And there are some really, really big gaps in what we have. So there is, depending on how we interpret these episodes, if they were there or not, if we count them, but even if we don't count them, we have periods of no proofs at all, at least for 1,500 years before the early Bronze Age, so between the Chalcolithic and the early Bronze Age. And we have another one that starts after the early Iron Age. So with the start of Urartu, our site stops. And we don't have anything, and not a single sherd, until then, the 9th century AD. So this is something very interesting about the site, which makes us think that maybe the question that we asked at the beginning was wrong. Maybe there was not a single beginning for the pastoralism in the high mountains, but maybe we are speaking about cycles. So that there were cycles where the people went to the mountains, and there were other cycles where they were not going to the mountains, to the high mountains. And so this long duration of these gaps might point to climate change or something in this direction, because today, okay, one can survive there for 3 months without bigger problems. It can be even nice. We are camping them as well for our excavation, but we knew from some of our seasons that the weather can become very ugly. So if there are several days in a row raining, the soil cannot absorb the water anymore. It starts to accumulate. So if I imagine this, if the climate change, and if this is like 1 month or 2 months, there will be a small lake and nobody can come anymore to this site. So even if today it looks so nice for the pastoralists, it can go even more uglier. So there can be violent events that can destroy even our tents. So just to give you the idea, so if this happened on a more regular scale, in my opinion, this would preclude the use of the site for the pastoralists. At the same time, if it is raining so much in the mountains, it will rain also more in the plain. So the people don't have any reason to go so up. First, it's unlivable. And second, why to go there if they have more grass down there? So this might explain, but this is a hypothesis. I need to stress, we need to check it. And this is the project that we are working on. And this is for the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft is for the next 2 years planned, and which with Roman Hovsepian, we will try to follow how to prove the pastoralism, how to prove the climate change. So these are our methods that we are trying to apply now. So I cannot give you the results now, but hopefully after 2 years, we can tell more on this direction. So the conclusion, what I would like to take from this, just keep in mind, we have these two scenarios. In one of them, where there is a seasonal mobility, and one of them, if there is none, and what kind of effects it has for population in the plain. So maybe the changes that we see between Chalcolithic and the early Bronze Age with the Kuro-Arax, and then with the disappearance of Kuro-Arax, might make much more sense if we take into consideration the interactions that there was between the plain and the high mountains. I think this is all. Thank you. I am aware of those parallels, but I think they are different in a typological sense, because what Sabine Reinhold in North Caucasus had, there was like a row of buildings with a central empty space and this was like a late Bronze Age. But what these structures make, like what it makes them different, is that these cells are so irregular, and that look like, some of them almost like concentric, but they're almost the same size. So I think it's typologically much closer to the Jordanian ones, which looks like one-to-one to these, and to the ones that are in the plain. Because I think we are speaking about the same with what Sabine Reinhold had in the Kislovodsk basin. Yeah.
Yes, we discussed this already yesterday a little bit, but I think it's quite different.
Yeah. Also, it looked to me like from the architectural point of view,
and also the result of the radar measurements are very impressive. But it's a really nice case study for it, because on this area you have a very volcanic soil, and that makes it difficult to use magnetics.
Yeah, exactly.
So how long does it take to make such an area with a radar?
I mean, we experimented also with the geomagnetic, and also with the induction, and this made the best results. I think in 1 year, but Dr. Harald von der Onsten, he can come all for 2 weeks. So in these 2 weeks, I don't know.
And how do you manage the problem with electricity? You take all the batteries with you already?
He had some batteries, but like each 3 days we were going down, but now we have a generator. So this solved our problem.
Okay.
To recharge them.
Further questions? Any? You? Oh. Okay, if this is not the case, thank you very much for this interesting talk. And I think it's break, and thanks to all speakers. And we have now lunch break. Do you have to announce something? No. Okay. So.
Everybody from the break, and before we continue, just a small announcement. Please don't switch off the lights. It's a demand from our technicians, because there are some issues with online participation otherwise. And it's my pleasure to introduce Krzysztof Jakubiak, who will present his studies in Metsamor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'm not the first one actually who is trying to express that I'm very thankful for inviting me and giving me a chance to present the results of the excavations conducted on Metsamor site, which is situated roughly 30 kilometers southeast from Yerevan, the capital, as all of you know, that is capital city of Armenian Republic. The settlement was extensively excavated since the 60s of the 20th century, but in 2013, the Armenian-Polish mission started a new project, and we realized that a part of the city was city or town or settlement. It's still difficult to judge and define the situation in Metsamor. According to our mind, we are considering this place as a town, but from the formal point of view, it's still really difficult to judge, as I already said. And we discovered one place which was untouched during the previous excavations, because the citadel mound, the uppermost part of the site was extensively excavated, as I already said, by Emma Hazazian. She confirmed that the constant settlements development from Chalcolithic period, especially the site is famous of the Kura-Arax period settlement, and then some traces of Middle Bronze activities and late Bronze and early Iron Age assets. It's common in the Aras Valley. And of course, the additional part of the site excavations was the necropolis, and we are also conducting some excavations in this part of the site. But today I'm not going to talk about the results of the necropolis excavations, and I'm trying to focus only on the traces of the settlement we discovered during our last year activities. If you take a look on the landscape, we are on the bottom of the Aras Valley in the relatively marshy land, which is quite important for the site development. And as we know from the recent geological survey, most of the time the site was not so easy accessible. Therefore, probably it was a chance that the site was developed in a little bit different way than the other sites distributed in other parts of the Aras Valley, especially those which were distributed along the Kazakh Valley. And you can see the modern landscape, which probably not much changed during several last centuries, but in the ancient times the conditions were a little bit different. I'm going to talk about it within a few minutes. And here you can see our trenches located on so-called lower town. Here you can see the citadel mount, which is dominated over the settlements with the Cyclopean walls partly restored, of course, and the old trenches as a result of the former excavations. And you can see here the situation of on the settlement, the state of our research after the last season of our activity in the field. And we have several patches. The western patch here is a place which is giving us, as we interpret it right now, it's an open space, open area between the houses, and some structures which on the first glance you can recognize that several architectural phases were recorded, and generally speaking, all of the phases which we brought to light during our excavation process are dated to Iron Age. It was our main target that we are not going to go dig deeper to excavate late Bronze Age, because our activity, our project is mainly focusing on the Iron Age settlement development. We are pretty sure and that underneath, under the constructions which were revealed during the excavations, there are some traces of earlier occupation, but maybe in the short future or longer future, another expedition is going to to open a new project which will be dedicated especially for the Bronze Age chronological sequence research. So as you can see here, we have several roughly the not so organized way distributed buildings. On our attention, particularly deserve this structure, which we call the structure or the building number 1, and this relatively well-designed building, which I'm going to analyze a little bit more precisely, and also I'm going to focus on the research from the last season when we discovered a part of the construction which was still a little bit enigmatic for us. As you can see on the picture from the air, that's a typical situation on the sites which representing several phases of occupations, several phases of architectural activities, and what we can confirm that at the beginning of the Iron Age, most probably a part of a settlement was quite well organized. Some structures which partly survived, they are partly destroyed, looks relatively good design and good build. And then this oval structure appeared, which destroyed the early Iron Age structures. And at the beginning of our excavations, we thought that it was maybe late Bronze Age, maybe early Iron Age structure, but it was nothing like that. And here you have in the eastern part of it, this relatively well-designed building, which we revealed during the last 2 seasons of our excavations. And let's start from the building number 1, or S1, structure number 1, according to a former recording system. And we discovered several strange features inside of these oval structures, especially this round elements, round objects made of stones. We thought that maybe there were bases for the column shafts, maybe wooden poles which supported the roof. But during the further excavations, we realized that's nothing like that, because in the vicinity of it, we discovered such big containers, pitos, and even a mold for a small delicate pin. But during the further excavations, we realized that that's what we considered as the basis for column shafts or for the wooden poles. There were covers of big storage jars. And from chronological point of view, these jars should be, okay, I need to confess, should be dated in the late Bronze Age, or maybe that's the first phase of the early Iron Age. But the rest of the material which was discovered on the floor, which was right now removed during the excavations, the assemblage, the pottery assemblage, was clearly confirmed that we have the local manufactured material which should be dated on the Iron Age 2 period. So it means that probably earlier structure, which you can see some remains of this, of one of the walls, was a kind of storage room active in the, let's say, early Iron Age. And then this place was rearranged, pit house appeared, and the jars were used by the later occupants. We made a flotation of it. So once again, I should be very thankful for Roman who made the first analysis, and some barley were discovered and recorded in one of the jars. But in the second one, it was quite so. So once again, you can see the picture from the air. This is the traces of earlier structure, destroyed, cut by the later pit house, and the other other structures which were active in the vicinity of it. But inside of the second jar, we discovered two massive bronze bracelets. But if you take into consideration the size of it, it's rather difficult to judge it was a jewelry. But each of them was weighed exactly 1 kilo. I have no idea how to interpret. If they knew the SI system, metric system, I do not suppose, but we are paced the idea that this was for sure, it was a deposit in the bottom of one of these jars, but for sure, it could be for sure. We assume that maybe it was used as a kind of weight because some weights were also discovered during the former excavations in Metsamor, not to mention the very delicate 1 shekel weight Kassite period frog with the Kassite inscription. So it was of course dedicated for different purposes, and here if it watches the weight, so it was used for different purposes. And nearby the excavated structure west actually from this oval structure on the road on the street actually we discovered in the burning layer this partly preserved, unfortunately, necklace. This is the first such an object which was discovered in the settlement, which is not belonging to the assemblage discovered during the excavations on the necropolis. So we are really very proud of it. And also two additional golden elements, golden beans, and most of them they are very well manufactured carnelian bits. And moreover, in the same area, we discovered this very nice object. And we thought that, okay, it was our dream that it was made of ivory. Not at all, unfortunately. But it is made of possibly camel bone. So it means that it's not dated on the early Iron Age. It is post-Urartian, maybe on the early Achaemenid horizon activities, but this object was discovered in the refuse dump in the pit with some traces of post-Urartian pottery and some rubbish, which should be dated to this period. And the recent excavation, the recent 2-season excavations brought to light the construction, which we are really proud of it, because this is for the first time when we can recognize relatively well-designed building with a courtyard, partly paved with stones, a corridor, and quite big chamber, and additionally a kitchen situated behind of it, with a extra entrance which led to the possible kitchen interior. And if you take a look, so unfortunately the stratigraphy on this picture is very difficult to analyze, but believe me or not, here we have some deposits which in which we recorded the Iron Age 2 pottery, including some red polished jar. So you can see the assemblage not only from this area, but generally the pottery material, which is partly locally manufactured, and part of it this is red polished pottery. Okay, let's say the Van color or Toprak color were according to earlier nomenclature. And this is the early Iron Age, locally manufactured piece of pottery too. And here you can see one of the pieces of the pottery, which is red burnished pottery, red glazed pottery, and the local imitation of this type of pottery, which belonging to the same chronological horizon. But also that. It was one of our first riddle during the excavations, because the site was destroyed at least twice. At the beginning, we thought that the first destruction we can associate with the first activity in the Aras Valley, but nothing like that we can confirm. The first destruction most probably took place in the end of 8th century, and this explained that in one of the nearby one of the bodies discovered during our activity, we found this locally made object with a trident on it. But beside of it, we discovered one piece of a cheek piece of the from the horse adornment, which has rather the nomadic provenance that it should be associated with the local material, and some bits which are not particularly interested right now. And during the excavations of this rectangular house, we were also very lucky to find a piece of red glazed pottery with a stamp with the representation of a scorpio, which is very rare, even in the Urartian cylinder seals, or generally seals repertoire. What is confirming that this rectangular building should be dated on the Urartian period occupation. And underneath, under the courtyard pavement, we discovered a very unique grave. Under the floor of this courtyard was buried a woman, roughly 35 years old, which was buried in the sitting position. The grave was completely looted, but for sure, originally she was covered with a shroud, which was wrapped in such a way that she covered one of the objects which protected in this way was this common style Urartian cylinder seal, and the second was a pin which was closing the shroud originally. And the other Urartian cylinder seals discovered during the former excavations, which is showing that's not only these two objects we can associate with Urartian period activities. There are two seals and one very similar stamp on the black glazed pottery. And coming back to the picture from the air showing the settlement. Right now, we are pretty sure when we can confirm that this oval shape pit houses, which we have some similar structures from the Aragates plain, and according to Adam Smith's research, should be dated on the late Bronze Age. In our case, should be dated on the Iron Age too. So it means that most probably after the first destruction of the settlement, some settlers from Aragates plain climbed down or were involved to climb down and resettled here in the Aras Valley. It means that the settlement completely changed it was changed in the local landscape, because if we assume that it was a small town, right now after the first destruction, it was turned into a village. Probably some pastoral groups of people came and climbed down and settled for a while in the place which was formerly occupied by the town dwellers, let's say. And this here we can see the last season results. So you can see the partly discovered building with 6 column bases here, where we are pretty sure there are column bases. And from a chronological point of view, it's also absolutely fascinating place for decoding how it was functioning. This wall is belonging to the Urartian period. This wall and the columns, on the first glance, we thought that it's post-Urartian, but nothing like that. It's according to C14 data, we can say that's, okay, 10th, 11th century BC. So it means that here we have one of the oldest colonnaded halls, partly still excavated, but in the western part, we have material on the same level, on the same niveau. We have the material which is dated on the 1st, 2nd century AD, with another pit house partly excavated here. And coming back to the structure, this rectangular structure, we also try to decode the history of this building. Okay, during the second phase, we know that it was turned into the house. But during the first phase, at the beginning of most probably, okay, let's say end of the early Iron Age 1, at the beginning of the Iron Age 2 period, in the largest room which we brought to light during the excavations, we can recognize that it was functioning as a small shrine. We have a pedestal, we have some traces of storage jars. Here you can see the pedestal, but very barely survived, and some small juglets which were used for the ritual. And from that perspective, the kitchen I already mentioned, which was absolutely not suitable for our interpretation of the house, found their own places, because inside of the kitchen we discovered some one of the round seal for sealing the bread, the sacred bread. So it means that every parts of the puzzles found their right place. And in the Urartian house, we discovered, this is the lady I already mentioned. The grave was completely looted except these 2 objects. And right now we are waiting for the strontium analysis to be sure if she was the local person or she was the immigrant who settled here in Metsamor. Also at one of the paved corridor with some installations, and the pottery and the picture of the colonnaded house. As I told you, as I said already, we thought that it will be post-Urartian, but after the closer examination of the pottery, and then thanks to the C14 data, we can confirm that it was much earlier than we expected from the beginning. Some objects, some pottery shards, and going to the conclusion, I have 1 minute. So I only confirm that during the excavations, last year excavations, we can recognize the sequence of the settlement in lower, so-called lower town in Metsamor was changed from the quite well organized system. Then during the early Urartian or early Iron Age to period, something was gonna changing, but not so rapidly. But after the first destruction, which took place in the late 8th century BC, the situation in the settlement completely changed. And then once again, after collapse of the Urartian Empire, the settlement was once again a little bit more changed. Also a village, but in completely, was also a village, but in completely different character. And then it was turned into the graveyard in the late Achaemenid period and during the first 3 centuries of our era. but it's completely different topic and it's beyond of the early Iron Age history. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the fascinating presentation and for the new records. In fact, we started late, so I guess we have 5 minutes at least for some questions. And okay, Roman, please.
Mine is just comment regarding those two large vessels. In both of them, there were hoard of cereals, and both were mostly composing of barley, but there was also wheat, some mixture of wheat, but both were full of barley a lot.
So just a question that interests me for my, I'm doing research on public space in the late Bronze Age and Iron Age, generally in the Near East, and collecting evidence of existence of neighborhood squares. And you mentioned that there is a small space, common space. I couldn't follow, I didn't understand whether you identify this as a courtyard, if it's the courtyard where the woman was buried, or are we speaking about two different?
No, different. There were two different. The courtyard was belonging to a house, but it's open space. It has space between the houses clusters, and we can confirm it because we opened the trench there. So it's not our imagination. We just spending one season trying to find some traces of architectural activity. There is nothing. There is one surface finished with a beaten clay, or it became a beaten clay with some objects distributed as usually in open spaces in the Middle East. So some rubbish left.
Thank you so much. No, it's not so, there is nothing usual about these spaces because they are very seldom excavated. So we don't have really a blueprint how to excavate them or how to interpret them. So that's very nice that you did.
Nobody wants to excavate open space, but it's beyond of the protocol. We think that this not built up area is located nearby to the gate leading to the so-called lower town. According to the analysis of the surface, it is possible because there is a small break in the constructed walls, which could be a place where the gate was located. In such a way, it will be explaining everything. That is what the space just be beyond the gate, but we need to confirm it. And I do not think so if we will have enough time to confirm it during this season.
Thank you.
Further questions? So if it's not the case, thank you very much. And we remain in the beautiful place of Metsamor. And it's my pleasure to invite Mateusz Iskra and his team, who is going to talk about pottery analysis in Metsamor.
Thank you, Ruben. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thanks to organizers for giving me a chance to present at least preliminary results of our inquiry, which I would like to, on behalf of my colleagues, I would like to present you today. So the team consists of Professor Barbara Woronko and also my younger colleagues, Maciej Sobczak, Kajetan Ogłaza, and Katarzyna Zalewska. So to skip to the our procedure, of course, we combine it's like a standard procedure in that type of research. which combine typical ceramological research with chemical analysis and petrographical analysis. So as you can see, we collect 15,000 shards, most of them, of course, non-diagnostic, but all of them we describe it and analyzed using hand specimen analysis. Then we conduct last year a geological survey in the surrounding area of our site. After the 8th season, so after the 2021, we send samples. We take samples to Poland for further chemical analysis. For first, we choose a pilotage analysis made by portable XRF. So for that reason, we choose 166 diagnostic shards. Belong to the 7 macroscopic groups which we classified during the ceramological research. And after that, we make 37 thin sections, and on that material we are right now proceeding. So far, we completely analyzed 10 shards, and further analysis which we are believing will be ends prior to the end of this year are ICP-MS analysis, which we collect for them 41 diagnostic shards after, of course, which were chosen after the portable XRF analysis. So our research aims are also quite standardized in that type of research. So of course the main aim must be remains reconstruction of the Shano Pertul of the local pottery production. I mean local, which culturally is known as the Lechashen Metsamor pottery horizon. And second aim is a diachronic analysis of technomorphological changes that occurred in the local pottery assemblage, at least from the early Iron Age to the Middle Iron Age. And the third one, which is very particular question concerning the Middle Iron Age, and it was a topic of several thoughts yesterday. It's about a provenance study of Urartian red burnish ware. So during our ceramological research, we checked material from the 3 phases, which it's named Metsamorph phase 5, phase 4B, and phase 4A, which are dated phase 5, it's roughly dated to the 11th to the 9th century BC. Phase 4B, it covers the early Urartian period, so to the 8th century, and phase 4A is from the beginning of 7th century to the half of 6th century. So all of those groups are were collected from these 3 phases. Of course, Urartian red burnish appears in the ceramic assemblage already from the phase 4B. So it's like typically in other places in Armenia too, that Urartian vessels are like a characteristic element of the early Urartian phase. So what it's also interesting that we classified these macroscopic groups about several parameters, but among these ware groups are also a lot of varieties, which can be further also connected with the results of petrographic analysis. It looks like that there is no standardizing in the local production of the pottery, at least in the early and middle Iron Ages. at least in Metsamor and surrounding area. But I must also say that Urartian red burnish ware, which I usually thinking that these standardized products are not so standardized, at least not only in macroscopic level when we have a closer examination, but further analysis also proves that there exist several subgroups or varieties among the Urartian ware group. So some portion of statistics, as you can see, during the phase 4, 5, 4B and 4A, the most dominant ware groups are black burnish vessels and the dark coarse vessels, which are typical for the Lechach and Metsamor pottery horizon. Also, what is interesting that there is only slight occurrence, slight presence of the Urartian burnish ware in the phase 4B and phase 4A, which is also typical for the sites which we don't have very standard architectonic remains that could be classified as a Urartian. Almost the same this percentage distribution, it can be visible also in sites such as Horom and even in Aramus. So it's not also, so it is not very specific, but it is specific when we will take location of Metsamor between Armavir and Erebuni, where the Urartian material usually in the phase contemporary to phase 4B, it's like 70%. Here we have only just 3%. So also what is interesting, if we're taking into consideration percentage distribution, that from the phase 4B, phase 5 to the phase 4A, it's constantly constantly increasing the percentage of dark brown burnish ware. I'm talking about dark burnish ware because it looks like in the first glance that the shapes and the ornaments could be considered as a local manufacturing, but as you will see in the it's initially, of course, results of PyXRF. That's something it's different with this category of the vessels, which right now I cannot explain here on this stage of research. So in the black dots, I marked local red burnish ware, black burnish, buff ware, reddish coarse, and dark coarse ware, which is considered as a local, like typologically as a local vessels. And you can see this is a very tight cluster. This is an PCA results. So it's we took to analyze also the local clay sources and some parts of clay ovens. So it marks a local chemical fingerprint, which most likely this compact cluster also confirms. But the second cluster, which is which is not so dense like previous one, it's full of red dots and blue dots. So red dots means Urartian red burnish ware, but blue dots it's indicating dark brown burnish ware. And as you can see, they have these shards have much more content of zirconium, rubidium, titanium than local vessels or black burnish, for example. Of course, we can speculate that these results can confirm some that's at the external provenance of Urartian red burnish ware and dark brown burnish ware. However, we must take also into consideration that portable XRF analyses are not so accurate. Of course, we try to avoid some problems that we grinded, the fragments were grinded, and we analyzed the powder fraction. However, I'm right now say that this is just initial of a speculation that most likely Urartian material in Metsamor was produced elsewhere, not in Metsamor. So also, if we looking on the our thin sections, unfortunately, I just have photos of 5, but we made 37 thin sections. Not all of them are analyzed. However, I show you at least three fragments belong to the 3 ware groups. Of course, most interesting are Urartian Urartian fragments, but also you have local material, so local red burnish ware and dark brown burnish ware, which is also considered, at least by the results of IXRF analysis, that maybe it's not local material. And you can see the mineralogical composition. It's shows a great variety in the composition of the main minerals. What is interesting that in the fragment 492.4, which belongs to the dark brown burnish, where we found mica, which not appears in our geological samples taken from the Metsamor. Of course, we can see domination of plagioclases, which is not so surprisingly, because this is a type of geological relief that we have a lot of content of plagioclases. What is also interesting that there is no ilmenite and epidodite in the Urartian material, but instead, but the other hand, we don't see in the local vessels a presence of olivines. And if we can look on the grain fraction, we can see that there is also a huge variety of the shapes of the grains, which could indicate at least several environments from which the clay was taken. The sub-rounded and rounded shapes indicating that the grains comes from the alluvial deposits, but the larger ones most likely are from the weathering sources that can be located on the border between the river valley and the foothill zone. Also, unfortunately, I didn't show you other photos but on the photos it's visible also that the mix of the clay fractures, which confirmed the variety of the mineralogical composition that vessels either produced in Metsamor or imported as maybe Urartian vessels were made from several different types of clay, which can confirm that they were manufacturing actually in the specialized workshops. Also, you can see direction of the pores, which can indicate the technique of of the production of local and Urartian vessels, the diagonal direction of the pores, and also like oval shapes in several places, indicating coiling technique, but coiling on the rotating turntable. And what is interesting, local and Urartian vessels were produced in the same method. There was no, at least we didn't found any remains of fast wheel on the Urartian pottery. Also, what is interesting concerning Urartian pottery visible on the SIM EDS analysis is the unfortunately very weak matter of the shaping and firing. It's also visible, for example, in here, where is the cracks caused by the fast firing, and also here when you see a slip and the fabric. This is the surface treatment. It's very surprisingly feature of the local material, because it looks like, at least from microscope, but also when we have these shirts on the hand, that the producers of the local vessels are much more skilled than Urartian ones. We just take a look on how they shape the edges, and they cover slip on not so well formed surface. You can see here there's without of pores, which is local vessel, but without of pores, and you can see at least 3 spheres of the manufacturing of the shaping and burnishing during the later hard stage of production of the vessel. So what else we found on our analyzed pottery? We take into consideration also a grog fraction. We previously thought that maybe grog fraction appears in the pottery, at least local pottery, as a result of grinding older or reusing pottery shards. Unfortunately, we didn't find any remains of that practice. So the grog is from the same material than pottery. Also, other things is the very small quantity of vegetal inclusions. Mostly vegetal inclusions appears in the Urartian pottery, not in local. Interesting fact is our residues and microfossils. The residues we found, these residues, calcium residues, we found in a Urartian vessel. It was a very typically Urartian small bowl for, let's say, drinking the wine. But in the residues we found calcium. Firstly, we're thinking that maybe it's from the post-depositional processes, and that's for persisting of carbonic rocks. But we take in the soil and we didn't find any content of like a high content of calcium. So we have some hypothesis that maybe there is a effect of the residue as an effect of that in the vessel, that small vessel, they drinking some dairy products. Of course, this is just hypothesis which we should confirm in the future. But also other interesting fact, it's the microfossils which can be direct, which can give us very direct location of Urartian pottery, because this one most likely comes from Miocene. So we are waiting right now for paleontological analysis of those one. And so maybe then we will know somewhere that where direct is the place where they produced such kind of vessels. So initial conclusions, because still there is a small sample. So we have only several vessels put in the petrographic analysis, but also we don't have laboratory geochemical analysis, so we are waiting. So this is just initial conclusions. So the first one, we probably we can say that Urartian red Borneo vessel has external provenance in Metsamor. We don't know from where. Maybe that some small microfossils could give some answers. Of course, we can say that if we are looking on the petrography and thin sections, that there was highly specialized workshops producing local material, and they used several raw clay sources. Most likely those workshops were located outside of Metsamor because we do not have alluvial deposits close to the Metsamor. We have just lacustrine clay, but the closest deposits of alluvial clay are located 4 kilometers east on the bank of Kasach River. So maybe this is the point to start in this year survey to find clay sources and to compare it with our petrography of the ceramic fragments. And the third initial conclusion is that the coiling technique was widely used during Middle Iron Age. It wasn't any indication that the use of such a technique in local, even Urartian vessels, that was the same. So they didn't use, at least on that kind of vessels which we have in Metsamor, they didn't use fast wheel. So thank you very much for listening. I hope it was interesting, but still I will try to say that this is initial results. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. Are there any questions? Paul?
Yes, thank you. I have a number of technical questions. So the first would be for the PXRF analysis. It looks to me on the thin sections that some of the sherds are quite coarse. Others, I suppose, was fine wear. Did you get any differences in this sense that when you measure them with the PXRF, that the coarse ones were moving in different direction than the fine wares, or if you suppose that they had local origin, that they turn out to be more or less the same in the analysis, in the biplot zirconium and strontium and in the PCI?
So we try to omit the problem with coarse grains because usually in the PXRF we measuring clay matrix together with the grains. So therefore we greened it to the 200 mesh without coarse grains, and so we check only fine grain.
So you selected them before you took them away?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's that because we know that if we'll included coarse grains, then our analysis results will be completely different story. So we choose only fine grain together with the clay.
Nice, thank you. Can I proceed? Or? I'm not sure if I understood your conclusion with the grog fraction. You thought that it's not the pottery that was grinded, it's the same material? In which sense?
Yeah, because the chemical and like you saw that EDS analyzes the results, and chemically and petrographically is the same material than fabric of the pottery, because sometimes they reused some pottery which were grinded.
Yes.
And we thought that maybe it's the same in Metsamor. Right now we see that the material was the same. So actually it was dried, for example, and was added after the dry.
But not fired.
Not fired. It was dried.
So the conclusion is that they use some dried clay that they deliberately added to the wet clay.
Yes.
Okay. Then the last question, if I can, the residues. So you mean these calcium residues that penetrate, because they were in thin section, right?
Yes.
So that they penetrated inside the vessel. Is there a way to distinguish that this is not some kind of post-depositional process and that it was present already in the content of the vessel?
Yeah, because the idea is to check chemically the soil in the from the fine spot. So far we didn't found any like a higher content of the calcium. Also in the potteries found close to those one which I showed, we didn't found any calcium in the pores. So this is like an unusual situation. We are right now explaining like that maybe it's they have some dairy products, but of course I know that this is very risky, still very risky, because we must conduct much more analysis in the surrounding area to exclude post-depositional processes that makes the residue in the pores.
Thank you.
So further questions, please.
Yeah, thank you. My question is, what are you measuring with the XRF? Are you measuring the clay, or are you measuring the clay and the temper? The tempering material, yeah?
Mainly clay. Tempering, if was larger than 200 mesh, it is like still fine temper even. But I thought that it's just a clay matrix.
Okay. We in our experience in the Copper Age material from a Romanian side, we are sure that we are measuring not the different clay sources, but the change of tempering practices during the time. Yeah? And so, okay, if you mean, thank you.
So further questions?
Thank you. In one of your compositions, you show that you have magnetite.
Yeah.
And how do you get this idea of magnetite? Because normally it should be titanomagnetite or hematite. At least the color, red color, is from hematite.
This is good.
Moreover, the amount is, if I'm right, it's 7%.
Yeah, this is a good question, but unfortunately, right now we don't have. There is no with me petrographer who identified that.
No, because how do you identify magnetite? Because it could be also magnemite, which makes more sense.
It's good
or
idea.
Titanomagnetite, and I wonder why in no other of these compositions you have magnetite or titanomagnetite, which should be usually a part of it. It don't be simply measured by magnetic analysis. That's why.
So it's a good idea that I will ask also my petrographer to,
because pure
check again.
magnetite is very rare. It will be oxidized immediately when you heat it, and then you have magnemite.
It's good advice. Thank you.
So other questions, both technical or non-technical? Okay, then thank you very much, Mateusz. And we move to Udabnu, which we will visit tomorrow, by the way. And no? Oh, I thought it. Okay, so it was a false announcement, but we will visit that part of Georgia. No? I thought we were going there. I'll show you where it is. Okay, I should refresh my geographic then. And it's my pleasure to invite Sabina Bredbock-Juncker. The floor is yours.
I have to show there. Yeah. Maybe I don't know it. First of all, I would like to thank to all those who organized this event and gave us the chance, to opportunity to come to Tbilisi again, which I like very much. My topic is once more the pottery of Udabno. I don't know anything else, which stems from the hilltops, from hilltop sites in the David Garecha steppe. The Udabno settlements are located in today's Kakheti, but the distance to Kvemokartli, which is west of Udabno, is less than 10 kilometers. And today's border to Azerbaijan, to the south, you can see it, is about 16 kilometers. So it's not in the center of Kakheti, but more on the western side. This photo from the 1980s was so impressive that the interest of Kyazo Pitzchelauri, who planned, that it attracted the interest of Kyazo Pitzchelauri, who planned intensive excavations. But the end of the Soviet Union stopped these plans. Some of you know by now these pictures, but I think they are still so interesting because of the unusual denseness of the buildings. What we have seen today from settlements, they all have free spaces between the houses, but in Udabno there is no free space between, so it's quite different. The settlements are partially surrounded by ditches and massive walls or enclosing walls built from large, mostly undressed stones. On the initiative of Tübingen-based archaeologist Manfred Korfmann, in collaboration with Kyazo Pitzchelauri of the Georgian National Academy of Sciences, geomagnetic surveys were carried out in autumn 2000. These preliminary investigations were followed from 2001 to 2007 by annual campaigns of excavation headed by Kyazo Pitzchelauri and Jan Christoph Bertram. The yellow marked houses, I think you cannot read the numbers or the letters, but it's not so important. They show the houses that have been excavated, but not all of them yielded the same amount of finds. Small finds, which have been published by René Kunze, they reveal little about chronology. For this reason, the pottery is of even greater interest. The ceramic ensembles from some burned down buildings do in some case, I can show this, do in some case allow to identify distinct differences and innovations. In combination with the radiocarbon dates, it has become possible to work out the chronology of several buildings and hence to identify some elements of the development of the pottery. The oldest sherds stem from the western and southern parts of Udabno I. Here, late Bronze Age sherds were repeatedly discovered, but there are no architectural structures to which they could be attributed. On the other hand, there is a radiocarbon date from an animal bone taken from a building within the citadel of Udabno I. It is 1E, which fits these sherds, but not the rest, the big rest of the pottery. Possibly the area was in use at the time, but without any buildings being constructed. All the sherds were brought there with the clay from another settlement in order to level the ground. Concentric circles are a very widespread motif, but several examples from Southern Caucasus show not only the same impressed concentric circles, but also the same rim, which is inverted and thickened at the outside. Parallels are to be found at least all over Georgia, eastern Georgia, and northern Armenia. In publication from Azerbaijan until now, I didn't find it combined. I found the same rim and the same concentric circles, but not a combination on one vessel. The construction of the actual settlements of Udabno seem to have started short time later, or 200 years later. Up to now, we have 34 radiocarbon samples from charcoal and animal bones from a total of 16 houses. In many cases, the latter are 100 or 200 years younger than the charcoal samples from the same houses. You can see this here. They allow to date the inventories of the three settlements to the period about 1000 to 800 BC. It's interesting that this is roughly the period during which many sites in the Aragats region, such as Sakhahovit and Gerarot, settlement of the area was interrupted. I presume that the dates from the 10th century BC are the oldest that can be attributed to the inventory of one building. These come from Udabno 2A. Udabno 2 is settlement 2, from the beginning, the one in the middle. This house, which was destroyed by fire, is one of the largest in Udabno, being some 17 meters long and 5 to 6 meters wide. From this building, 3 charcoal samples and 1 animal bone sample were dated. The last one falls within the 10th century BC. In Udabno 2, we found more vessels with a polished surface than in the younger buildings, but the polish doesn't reach the quality of the late Bronze Age pottery. In addition, there is much less pattern burnishing than in the younger context, what we will see later. 3 vessel types occur only in this building. The most noteworthy of these are 4 tall, narrow goblets with such small bases that they would barely stand up alone. Until now, I don't know any parallels from Kakheti, Armenia, or northwest Azerbaijan from this time. And I know only parallels from the region west of Udabno, namely around Mtskheta, 2 goblets from Samtavro, 1 from Mukhatverdi, and 1 from Kaspi. As we see, all the sites are situated along the Kura on both sides of the river. The second special type is that of 3 bucket-like vessels with a slightly S-shaped profile. This type as well is hitherto unique to Kakheti. And again, we find close parallels in the region northwest of Udabno, this time in Treli in the necropolis. Until now, these 2 buckets are the only ones known to me. The vessel from Udabno, the one on the left, notably amazingly resembles the one right of it with regard to size and decorations. Maybe the ceramic inventory from Udabno 2 thus helps us to date the burial complex more precisely, that is within the 10th century. One mug and one jug from Udabno 2A have a zoomorphic handle. This element too points to the area around Treli and Mtskheta, where it occurs very frequently and is said to be an element of the so-called Santavro culture. Besides, the shape of this mug is very popular in Treli and around Mtskheta, but not at all in Kakheti. Zoomorphic handles have also been found in the sanctuary of Melikhele, one in the middle of Kakheti, together with a large amount of handles with lentil-shaped decorations. This sanctuary is dated by Kyazofitzkelauri to the second half of the second millennium BC. It could be a bit older than the earliest inventories of Udabno. The handle decoration is the most conspicuous difference between the bucket-shaped vessel from Treli and the one from Udabno, as you see top left, top right. Zoomorphic it is in Treli and with lentil-shaped elements in Udabno. All in all, I think that lentil-shaped decorations are much more frequent in Kakheti than around the Santavro region and Treli. In Udabno, they seem to replace the zoomorphic decorations more and more. The handle below, with its combination of zoomorphic and lentil-shaped decoration, brings us to the building Udabno 1K. This is in the southern settlement in the middle of the ridge. I presume it to be a little bit younger than Udabno 2A, maybe about 50 years. The building Udabno 1K seems to have been built together with the neighboring houses left and right of it. House K was left because of a fire, whereas the houses J and L were spared by the fire and didn't yield much pottery. Maybe they never contained a real household, but they were used as storerooms. We don't know exactly now. In these buildings, there are besides several new phenomena, some that we also find in 2A. The two vessels above not only have zoomorphic handles, but also a shape which points to the region northwest of Udabno. The only parallel I know for the slightly convex bucket on the left side stems from the necropolis of Treli again. And the best parallels of the vessel on the right side were found in Santavro and Nazargora, but I didn't find one piece in Kakheti. With these sites again, we follow the course of the Kura. But new and conspicuous in Udabno 1K is the large amount of pattern burnished pottery. In Udabno 2A, only 5 out of 34 pieces were decorated with burnished patterns. This is 40.5%. In Udabno 1K, there are 13 out of 39, what makes 33.3%. Pattern burnishing is said to be a phenomenon which diminishes during the late Bronze Age. As we can see, it later becomes more and more popular again, especially in Kakheti. In the buildings of the later 9th century, the pattern burnishing becomes more varied and more detailed, as you can see here. These are later potter pots. In the necropolis around Mtskheta, on the other hand, especially in the burials at Narekvavi, uncovered by the pipeline project, the same or similar motifs are all incised, and I didn't see anyone which was polished. In the necropolis of Treli, both techniques occur by side. In Udabno, incise decoration is, apart from straight, wavy lines around the rim, the neck, the shoulder, they are as good as absent. On the right side, you see the only 3 shirts from floor levels with a different incise decoration. With the specimen bottom right, no bottom left, this one. Oh, sorry, this is not good. This one, bottom left. We come to the buildings with the most recent radiocarbon datings. They are to be found in the west of Udabno 1, either within the citadel or around it. So it's the place where also the late Bronze Age sherds have been found. The radiocarbon date samples from these buildings yielded highly divergent dates. But in both the charcoal and the animal bone samples, several indicate a date around the middle or towards the 9th century BC. In the ceramic inventories of this building, several novel features are to be recognized. The most eye-catching innovation, apart from the rich pattern burnishing, is a fine hard-fired ware containing fine and sometimes quite coarse lime particles, which contrast markedly with the traditional gray pottery. But it contrasts also with the pottery we have seen yesterday, with the Achaemenid pottery. Due to its often pink and orange color, it has been given the name fine brickware, feine Ziegelware in German. This group, however, also includes some very pale yellow-brown pieces. You see one on the top left. The shapes of double-handled jars and butter churns follow the old familiar models. But other vessels show now elements or examples, new elements. For example, the collar neck of the pot on the left side and concave curved rims with decorated with multiple grooves. Vessels of the same ware have hitherto been found only in a narrow strip to the south and north of the Gombori range. Of them, only 10 graves in Sagareggio, some 13 kilometers north of Udabno, are published. The rest is mentioned by Ghiaso, Pizzcalauri, and Nino Mamayashvili, but there are no pictures, it's nothing described. As this section from the 2 sides show the fine brickware, this selection from the 2 sides showing the fine brickware vessels are more uniform in shape and decoration than the gray-colored ceramics. Given the paucity of currently known vessels of this type, they might stem all from one single workshop. Together with fine brickware, handmade obsidian-tempered pottery occurs in Udabno 1, just in the same houses as fine brickware. Primarily pots, but also 2 baking plates, a flat-bottomed cup, and a butter churn. 2 obsidian-tempered pots were found in the graves in Sagareggio as well. This kind of pottery was produced in the Southern Caucasus from the Neolithic period onwards and disappears at the end of the Middle Bronze Age. Only in Trialeti and now in Udabno and Sagareggio, there were found such vessels with date in the early Iron Age. Since the inhabitants of Udabno got their obsidian for blades and the basalt for grinding stones, come from the region and of the volcano Cichiani, it's so to assume that they had contact, that people from Udabno went to Trialeti and back. Among the new features of the late 9th century BC, there are also big jugs, some 40 centimeters high, with bulbous or piriform, richly decorated body, a short neck, and a small oval handle. Up to now unknown in Kakheti is the handle spur, which is to be seen on 2 of these jugs, or only on these 2 jugs. Parallels come from Trialeti. The closest parallels come from Trialeti. 1 from Maralderesi, 2 from Tsinskharu. They go especially well together with the rich decorated jug from Udabno building 3C. Its handle is lost, but the size and spherical body on the and in one case the decoration in 2 friezes is very similar. There are other parallels for this handle shape at different sites, but mostly the number of them is very restricted. You see from Narekvavi, this 1 Shiraki, I only found 1, from Kazakh 1, so northwestern Azerbaijan, but it goes down till Jafar Abad. I will show the map afterwards. Several examples stem from the Great Kurgan at Bemsarov in Nagorno-Karabakh. Its date is not clear. Shahna dated it to the 13th to 11th century BC, Jafarov to the 11th or 10th century. So they could be among the oldest jugs with handle spur. As we see, these special handles have been found at different places and on both sides of the Lesser Caucasus and quite far to the south. As the dating of the most of these jugs is not known, the exact date is not known, but the ones from Udabno and maybe also the one from Trialeti stem from the early Iron Age, we can presume that the element came here from the south. It is obvious that during the late Bronze and early Iron Age, there were many pottery shapes as butter churns, 2-handled jars, cooking pots, and so on, that are very widespread over eastern Georgia, Armenia, at least the northern part, and northwestern Azerbaijan. There were many regional differences, but there must have been an exchange of ideas. Within the excavations at Udabno, we had for the first time a series of radiocarbon dated buildings which have been left with great parts of their equipment. This has allowed us to construct an overview over the period between 1000 and 800 BC that sheds light not only on the development of the ceramics, but also on the regional connections between Udabno and its neighbors. During the period under investigation, these seem to shift from the region around Tbilisi and Mtskheta, that is the Kura basin northwest from Udabno, towards Trialeti on the one, and Kakheti and the region south of the Kura to the other hand. The vessels of fine brickware have also shown, however, that very local particularities are apparent in this region. And this brings me to the end, and I say thank you.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive study, and the floor is open for questions. Okay, I have one question. I will go for it. You showed in the beginning a double-handled bucket. I mean, I guess 20 centimeter with 20 centimeter height with parallels in trellis.
Oh, this
yeah.
the round one or the
Before that,
this
yeah,
one?
exactly.
This one.
This certainly conspicuous form for Caucasus, right? Do you know the function? No, there are not so many examples.
You know, only
Exactly.
I know only the three ones from it's more than 20 centimeters.
Yeah, more than 20. Yeah.
3 in Udavno and these two. That's all of them.
Exactly.
But
in Armenia, there is no example of it as well.
I have seen, I don't have the picture, it's in my thesis. I have a postcard from Greece where men are milking sheep and they have a vessel of exactly this shape. But it's modern, so it's difficult to say it was in Trelli and the new Greece, modern Greece people knew this, but maybe it's for milking. We have so much, many butter churns in Udavno. So milk production must have had an importance. So, but it's difficult with pottery for milking animals if they move, but they didn't have much other possibilities. I don't know. And the next one, I either don't know. It's really, again, the only one. This one. It's a little bit smaller.
Okay. Further questions, Simone?
To the bucket. To the first one.
Milking bucket.
I think it's better. On the left one from Udavno, there's this zigzag line on the rim shirt. Is that common? This pattern?
Usually there are wavy lines, but it's sometimes the wavy lines get zigzags.
Because I think you remember that we found that many times in Samriklo.
But it's different.
Okay. You know it better than
but
me.
it's so used as soon as you have the wheel, the potter's wheel, you just turn and make like this.
Yeah,
It's so
why
easy.
not? But I think it's very common on the Shiraki plain. But I'm not sure is it exactly that or more like a snake. No idea.
Where was it with here? You have it on the Udavno 1K. This is usual.
No, not that. Directly of the rim. On the rim.
On the rim.
On the rim.
We also have it. We have it in bowl shirts. And I think maybe one pot with it on the rim.
Okay, so it's not common.
Not so common, but it happens.
Okay, thank you.
And this special shape of from the fine brickware, this element with the same as here, 2 lines, and between the wavy lines, they are in this fine brickware, they are very homogeneous, and they are broader than in the grayware. And they are the same in Sagarejo and in Udavno. Maybe the people from Udavno went to Sagarejo afterwards. We don't know. To die. Because we have found it in the necropolis.
So, darf ich fragen? Also ich bin, also diese Obsidiankeramik, wie viel Prozent ist überhaupt in Udavno?
Das ist schwierig, wir haben das nicht gemessen.
So,
aber es ist ziemlich viel drin. Es ist Sand, meistens, most of the time it's sand und Obsidian, also gestoßener Obsidian. Rune sagt gestoßen. Er ist nicht kantig, also man kann sich nicht schneiden dran. Splitter, kleine Stücke, aber es ist schon, was soll ich sagen?
Weil das ist so merkwürdig für diese Zeit.
Ja, es ist merkwürdig für diese Zeit, aber wir haben einmal im Depot gearbeitet, Gabi Kastel und ich, Gabi Kabel an Mittelbronzezeit und ich an diesen Töpfen. Und wir hätten es austauschen können. Es war so gleich, die Form ist gleich, das retardiert ja oft bei handgemachter Keramik und die Magerung ist gleich. Also es ist wirklich, man kann es nicht auseinanderhalten, wenn man nur eine Scherbe hat.
Ja, sehr interessant. Ja.
Okay, we are running out of time. If there are some other burning questions, you can discuss it during the break. Thank you very much again, and we'll meet in 25 minutes. Auch gleich da.
Genau, Sie können gleich mal ausmachen. Okay. Welcome back to the last section of our nice conference. I welcome Daftian Rubin, Social Gap Between the Iron Age Tombs in Loribert, based on recent archaeological studies. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the organizers also from my side. I will report our excavations from Loribert. The necropolis of Loribert is generally considered as one of the richest and principal archaeological sites in prehistoric Armenia. However, in my speech, I will present the smaller and less abundant tombs which we excavated during our last campaign in 2019, directly before pandemic. Just a second. It doesn't react. Oh, wait, maybe we switched it off. Yeah. Thank you very much. No, please. No. Nee, die sehen das Bildschirm nicht, glaube ich. Sorry for the technical issues. But so coming back to necropolis, it's located in northern Armenia in the province of Lori, 2 hours ride from the capital of Yerevan. So pay a visit if you are around. It is really worth. There is also the medieval fortress of Lori or Lore, which gave its name to the province. So the province is called after the medieval capital of the small principality of Lore. Our necropolis situated between 2 rivers, River Zoraget and Urut, on a mount, on a plateau. More than 20 tombs belong to Middle Bronze Age. So the usage of this necropolis runs from Middle Bronze Age to the late Iron Age, or Achaemenid period, or early Armenian period, if we talk about historical ones. So more than 20 of them belong to Middle Bronze Age. Almost 60 are dated back to the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age. In the middle Iron Age, which corresponds partially to the historically Urartian period, a bit less than 30 tombs can be counted. Those tombs, I mean, we will principally talk about those the tombs today, and
because they were also the core of my PhD thesis submitted earlier this year or later last year. And finally, further 5 tombs date back to the late Iron Age, as I already mentioned. Just about the publication, there are 2 main publications. Loribert 1 refers to late Bronze Age and early Iron Age. It's in Russian. Then Loribert 2, also published by the excavator Seda Devejian from the Institute of Archaeology and Ethnology of Armenia. It refers to the Middle Iron Age. Middle Bronze Age. Loribert 3 refers to the late Bronze Age tombs which weren't published, and it will be published and whether either this year or next year. And the tombs, the Middle Iron Age tombs, are partially published in the volume Ancient Gold of Armenia. So, for example, the descriptions of tombs, etc. So, yeah, I already mentioned where the necropolis situated between the village Loribert and the district of Stepanavan. Here you see the tombs, also the datings here and the type of chambers. And here you see better the rivers which flow and the plateau, and the main part is here. So we focused on the edge of the main part of the necropolis in the southwestern part of the main part, the numbers 13 till 17. Here are they, and so we found here 7 tombs, and 5 of them we excavated. The other 2 are here. For here's one can see some part of the Kromlech, and the other one should be here, but we are not very sure. But it was a matter of time and resources. Except the tomb 116, other 4 possessed a Kromlech of 3 or 5 meters in diameter, made of basalt stone. In eastern part and northern part, this is east, this is north. The cromlechs are made of 2 series of stone, which here, for example, which flow into this scattered plateau of a scattered flow of stones in the eastern part. But in the western part, there are much bigger stones of cromlech, and here they are missing, for example. The same can be said about the tomb 115. Here you see how beautifully these stones are put, and here the cromlech stones are also doubled. So in fact, the number 100, oh, I'm sorry, it should be 116. It is just a mistake by me. So the tomb 116, we didn't have any signs on the surface, but when we were excavating this one, we found another slab, and we thought, oh, it's impossible that it's just lying around, and we excavated it. It was and in fact it was another tomb. So the chambers are covered with 1 covering slabs. Tomb 114 with its double covering stones was an exception and had 2 covering stones. The covering stones were strengthened with smaller stones. We found animal sacrifices on covering stones from tombs 113 and 114 as well. And in fact, for Loribert, it's a sign, or it's an indication for later tombs. So in early bronze, early iron and middle bronze age, there we don't have that. The chambers were stone cists constructed mostly from 1 single stone slab on each side. The length and width varied between 1 or 120 meters. In relation to previously found tombs, these are very small. The depth was varied between 80 or 90 centimeters. The chambers were sealed with covering stones, of course, the most common way of building tombs in Caucasus. But in this case, none of the tombs was completely filled with soil when we removed the covering slabs. Especially tomb 117 was almost 80% empty or even more. This photo is made directly after removing the slab and cleaning the area from the dust. By the way, a single complete preserved jug put in the chamber in upside down position was also found there. And there is an exact parallel to tomb 55 from Loribert. So it appears to me that it's a part of a burial rite. So, however, so we thought, okay, so there is zero soil here. It's totally intact. But when we started to excavate and like after 1 centimeter, we found it more objects like pottery, animal bones, metal objects beneath this layer, what you see. And on the floor, we found it, all of that. So that's the community exercising the burial rites here, put the objects on the floor, scattered the soil just enough to cover the objects on the floor, and later put the jug on it and sealed the chamber with the slab. So it seems like this chamber remained intact within 2,600, 2,700 years, which is in these natural conditions, it's of course, well, exceptional. It's the first time we have that. Although the chambers were of similar size, the distribution of burial goods was relatively different. Tomb 116 was almost empty, other than some pottery sherds and paste beads, nothing could be found. 111 also revealed mostly some pottery sherds. In tombs 117 instead, and especially 114 and 115, the floors were covered by a series of artifacts, whereas only 115 revealed a human skeleton, which I will discuss in a couple of minutes. The pottery was represented primarily by jugs with bulbous or oval profiles, high necks. This shape is very well known from many other tombs from Loribert, but also from other sites like Shirakavan, Astribelur, Golovino, as well as other sites in Azerbaijan and Georgia. The handles are often designed with some patterns, with grooves. For example, the wavy pattern on this handle has its parallels mostly in Georgia, and in Armenia it's only in Astribelur in northeastern Armenia, but there are a series of that from Georgia. And in context of Loribert, it strongly reminds another contemporary example from 56, whose pattern, however, was executed significantly skillfuler. Other pottery examples include mugs, cups, and bowls, and also these relatively peculiar ornaments, which we didn't encounter before. If you have some parallels, I would be more than grateful to know. Category of weapons is represented with knives, daggers, spears, and arrowheads. In fact, both of so-called Scythian arrowheads and local, or sometimes also assigned to Urartus. So let's say local arrowheads were found together in tomb 114. An iron pickaxe was discovered in tomb 115, which find its best parallels again in tomb 56. And these objects are comparable with several other objects from Georgia, like from Samtamvro. It is often assigned to nomadic influence. However, I think that they were also extensively used by locals.
But of course, it's not excluded that there is northern influence, especially from Ananino culture in South Russia. As for ferrules, they functioned as spear or lance butts in Loribert and other places in Caucasus. They have been uncovered mostly in context with spearheads, and it's reasonable to argue that those have been playing balancing role for spears. However, this was a bit enigmatic for us, especially the ones from tomb 117, because they were lying next to arrowheads. It is certainly unusual. This was all from the metallic objects in that chamber, and it was very unusual. But the usage of arrowhead as sort of lenses in this scan should be not excluded as well. From personal objects, primers worth being mentioned, their parallels can be found in Urartu and Greater Caucasus. As for the bells with slits and iron clappers, were found mostly on both sides of Greater Caucasus, but also beyond, like in Urartu and even in Samos. They date back to 6th to 4th century BC, but also there are also some examples in 7th century BC. In comparison with North Caucasian bells with slits, the ones from Loribert are relatively big, and they continue to be used also in Achaemenid period. Generally, Loribert tombs are characterized with plentifulness of beads and decorations. For the tombs in consideration, the dominant material is paste, followed by glass, carnelian, achat, bronze, and seldom gagat. As for the last campaign, we found a golden knop, which was set with carnelian stones. In tombs of this size, golden objects are as good as extremely rare. Obviously, it is quite hard to say it for sure, but the typological analysis of the knop made it probable that it used to belong to an early period. The big amount of golden objects in Loribert allows us to classify it as an object without any parallels in this context, in this chronological context, where it has been discovered. Probably it was being taken from a Middle Bronze Age tombs from Loribert, which do not lack here. I'm sorry, this should be first. A certain detail has to be also mentioned in tombs. It's especially in 113 and 114. Among basalt stone tufts on the cover, on the upper part of the construction of the tombs, among the basalt ones, there were also one tuff stone, and in chamber 114 there was another tuff stone in the inside of the chamber. It is striking that they were brought here from another place, since no tuff carry are known in Lori in general. They occur mostly in northwestern Armenia. However, idols from tuff stones are known in the first half of first millennium BC from other Loribert stones. The most famous of them was uncovered in tomb 63. It is an anthropomorph idol or even a statue with 1.7 meters height. Probably those tuff stones in the small chambers were kind of replacements of those idols. So coming to anthropological remains, I already told that it was found exclusively in tomb 115. In its center, and a complete human skeleton in a crouched position was uncovered. The skeleton was lying on its left side to the northeast-southwest orientation. The face was directed eastwards. It belonged to a female individual between 25 and 35 years. I cannot go wrong in saying that it surprised us in a special way. You see the paleopathological analysis, which revealed a variety of stiffness of a joint pathologies and other things. And so it has also Bechterew illness, which we saw yesterday. And in fact, these are the two Bechterew skeletons with Bechterew illnesses we know from Caucasus, or better to say, I know from Caucasus. And if you have another examples, please let me know. The other closer example I found is from Mari, from Syria. And in fact, that's also very interesting to see the differences between the one was shown yesterday and today, because the other one had no burial material there, and this one is full of that. So we can make consideration which social role did people with this Bechterew illness played in the antiquity. I also should mention that according to anthropological results, this person, this female person died from violence. Here you see the trace of cut, probably with knife or other pointy things. Yeah, that's the life. But also it also made everything even more interesting. However, it seems that her nutrition was not lacking. We are making further isotope and genetic analysis on it, but on the first result, this is what we could confirm. As in other tombs of Loribert, these ones also had a series of animal bones, domesticated animals like sheep, domestic cattle, pigs. From 115, bones of 3 horses were found, but not entirely. These were parts of it. Bones of raw deer indicate hunting practices in this period. So, exactly, some of tombs excavated just before the fall of Soviet Union were extremely abundant, and without exaggeration can be considered as the one of the most richly furnished tombs of this period in the region, with a lot of sacrifices of horses and animal bones, as well as abundant collection from precious materials, weapons, etc., etc. I cannot go into details, but as I already mentioned, they are partially published in the Gold Book. They had 2 or even 3 chambers, which is exceptional for this region. Here you see some of them. And they are in this area of the necropolis. So the question, how to distinguish the social inequality in a particular society, is a relatively complex question, and maybe considered as one of the differences of this polemic between new archaeology and post-processual archaeology. I don't want to go focus on them, but the question is basically how to interpret the radical differences in tombs in many aspects. The presented tombs pretty much changed our understanding about several social aspects or social questions linked to the social structure in Loribert. For example, one of the rich tombs is the number 56 with 3 chambers, as I already mentioned, with Urartian helmets, silver goblets, with gravures and iron peak gold with gold leaf applications. It is just to show the difference between what we had before and what was excavated in late Soviet period. So among the tombs from the 10th to 6th century BC, their sizes belong to the ones we excavated in the last years. They belong to the category of tombs with chamber length of less than 1 6 meters, which are the smallest of Loribert. As a matter of fact, this group is consisted entirely by stone-sized chamber, like the tombs in consideration for today, right? Talking of qualitative assessment of burial objects, I would like to distinguish three important item groups: imported or luxury objects, horses, and golden objects. Concerning the first one, the objects having Scythian origins certainly cannot be interpreted as luxury ones, since they occur in many other small Scythian sites and were presumably taken over by local inhabitants. Horse and gold objects were found respectively only in one tomb among the ones I showed before. Speaking of numbers, Iron Age tombs of Loribert are characterized by very uneven distribution of burial goods in chambers. It is striking that some of them are very abundant and the others less. The quantitative and qualitative data of tombs correlate with the architecture of tombs as well, especially with the size of chambers. The abundance of material as well as complex architecture can be observed in 3 or 2 chamber tombs like 63, 64 or 100, although I should mention that the looting of objects strongly distort our understanding of, our method of quantitative and qualitative research. But an effective method to illustrate the quantitative data is cluster analysis. It creates clusters by putting weight on groupings of taxa, which is put in rows. In my case, I use the Jacquard coefficient, which defines clusters by generating the absence of or presence of data. The statistical method enables to group the tombs according to the number of burial goods. It is also difficult to know where to make the cut on which row. However, it clearly shows that the rich tombs, as we see here, the abundant chambers are so nicely grouped on separate stem, whereas the discussed tombs mostly grouped in other ones. So to say in a very direct way, these are the less abundant one, and these are the relatively more abundant ones. It should not go unmentioned that similar pattern in Loribert was documented also for the Middle Bronze Age. Here, a small and poor tombs with 3 or 4 meters of diameters of cromlechs were found in the southern part as well. And here, the number 73 had 37, the cromlech was 37 meter in diameter, a very large one. The tombs excavated in and I also wanted to say that we might have here some districts, even social districts. The southern part, here, I'm sorry. Exactly. We can preliminarily talk of tiny tomb districts assigned to different social groups in the necropolis. For example, the abundant ones dating to the 7th, 6th century BC are concentrating in this part of the necropolis around the modern car road. In contrast to that, the smaller ones are situated further in the south, where on the edge of the necropolis, they constitute a row at the edge of the main part, relatively close to the natural rocky part of the canyon. And I would come to the conclusion. The tombs excavated in 2019 revealed a new type of tombs previously unknown to us. With a high probability, they belong to a group or groups low in the social structure of hierarchy in the ancient society of Loribert. Obviously, those tombs share a series of common features with abundant ones, but the basic features of burial rites can be considered in some aspects identical, but with a very low quantitative and qualitative character. Moreover, some of features or phenomena either never or very rarely occurred in South Caucasus, starting from the relatively clear model of social inequality and skeletons with Bechterew disease and ending with golden objects in a poor tomb and previously unknown pottery decor. Finally, my aim was to render a contribution towards the study of plebs rather than focusing on the local elites. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this insight into a rich graveyard. And I would like to invite you to open questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe I missed it, but what do you can say about the completeness of the burial graveyard? Women, men, all ages. Is this complete, or are these people who got a grave already in special selection of the complete population?
That's one of the biggest issues we have in this necropolis. The anthropological remains are very, very rare. So I don't have special numbers in my mind right now, but around 70% they are empty. I mean, empty of anthropological remains. So we really don't have so much statistical data. In my dissertation, I took 28 tombs, and from them only five had anthropological remains, and there were both female and male. In Achaemenid period, there are 5 tombs, and 4 of them have skeletons, and all are male. In earlier epochs, the situation is comparable, like really not so many. The question rises, why? Where are all those people? And we really, I mean, there are several explanations. The earth is very rich in humus, so it can perish the bones easily. But the contra-argument is that a lot of animal bones, especially smaller ones like sheep, goats, remains. So it cannot be always the case that the soil is responsible. But other problems are the lootings. We have a very high level of lootings starting from prehistoric period. I mean, lootings in prehistoric period to the Middle Ages. I'm sorry. As I showed, it was the area was an important center during medieval times. And so it's also possible that the skeletons were removed, maybe whysoever removed from the chambers. And of course, the last hope, the last cap is the cap of hope is skeletonless chambers where they intentionally didn't put it. How was the name? Cenotaphs. So as for 4 of the 5 tombs I showed, we are almost sure that 4 of them were cenotaphs because it was not looting and there were several animal objects. So it's, if we exclude these other 2, only cenotaphs version remains.
Okay. Next question, please.
Thank you. I have a question to the extent of the cemetery. Can you have any estimate of what was originally the number of graves that could be from all periods present, because now it's like 100 something, and if there are any indications on the scale.
The area is very economically relatively developed, especially starting from the Soviet time. And as I show, I'm trying to go back in order to illustrate why. Oh, too much. Here. So here you see all the tombs. So in fact, in this direction, the tombs continue, but also the city continues. Another case, among all the under all the houses, you can find tombs. So every house lord in this village has its own tomb or its tombs. I mean, not own tombs, but they know in this part of the garden we have two. And when we were building houses, we found, I don't know, a lot of gold. Of course, everyone tells those stories. Doesn't matter if it's true or not, but it's for sure they have it. So the borders nowadays, I guess it's already lost because they are beneath a city or at least a big town and a village. So it's, but I would say that the main part of the village and this district were built during Soviet time. And I would say that, they were already control over where to build and where not. And it is not by chance that especially this part wasn't a part of a village, because the biggest tombs are situated here. So they already knew that if we start to build here, firstly, we have to like excavate this place, or if we do it without control, we firstly have to remove all these very big basalts. Some of them are 100 kilogram. Like it's too much also from modern perspectives. So they decided to go further east and found the modern village. So I would say that this is really the main part. But where are the limits? I guess this information is partially lost.
Because yes, one would expect to be a really much bigger cemetery, considering the continuity from the Middle Bronze Age until the 5th century BC, because even if there was a small community, so during this long term, there would be many hundreds of graves. And I have one more particular question concerning the grave with the jack upside down.
Oh yeah.
So
should I go, or is
yes, if you can, that would be helpful.
I guess it loads.
It was before, I think. Yes, this is it. So if I understand it correctly, you think that they put intentionally a layer of clay to protect the first scales?
It's soil, it's not clay.
Soil?
It might look clayish, but it's the area, like it's just the soil here.
So the neck of the jug, is it resting on the same floor as the other vessels, or it's higher?
It's higher.
So it was, as you thought, intentionally puts the layer of earth and then to mislead the potential looters, or what was the purpose?
That's a very good explanation. So I in fact wanted to say that like in our understanding, they put the object and they seal it. But here we saw that they also put some soil inside. So it's not always the natural way that the soil accumulates in the tomb and closes it to the top, right? But in this case, we are almost sure that that they also put at least this 20 centimeter layer of soil. Why? Of course, it's a very good interpretation, but and also it's the advantage of these small ones. So of course I might speculate, but and I couldn't show you the architecture of the bigger tombs, but for sure these are professionals who were building those structures. And it seems to me like, of course it's a speculation, it seems to me like they were so good in building the good one, the big ones, or maybe not so good, but they were good enough to build the big chambers. And now the small one was like a game for them, and they played it so good and so intact that even in these 2,600 years, no real soil came into the chamber. So it was like a very easy task for them to do that.
I'm sorry for my ignorance about the cemetery, but I would like to ask if there are any, if there is any evidence of intentional reopenings of the graves in order to bury next individuals.
Yes.
If there are from any of the periods.
Yes. Mostly Middle Bronze Age tombs were reused in early and Middle Iron Age.
So much later. So it's not like the same family uses the tomb.
Oh, right. Yes. Much later. Right. Much later. In one of them, in the reports, I saw two double reuse, so 3 times. But I couldn't track it in the burial goods. I found it. So at least 2 are there, but 3, I'm not sure.
But nothing like repeating the same burial, nothing like family tombs that would use it during several generations. Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Short last question is allowed. Then we have to continue. If this is not the case.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much again. And our next lecture is by Nino Doborjginice and Kalchitashvili Tamar, the Epigraphic Corpus of Georgia. You're welcome.
Excuse me, can you hear me? Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Tamar Kalchitashvili, and I will be presenting the Epigraphic Corpus of Georgia. I'm rather in a remote area of Georgia, and I'm sorry if there will be some inconveniences connected to this. Inscriptions found in Georgia are quite diverse in typology, content, and language. And from this huge variety of inscriptions, the most compelling are like Aramaic, Hebrew, and ancient Greek inscriptions dating back to the 5th century to the 19th century. The inscriptions, the ancient texts inscribed on stone or other durable material, are an important source of access to various ancient societies. And these texts survive in large numbers and are widely used by historians as one of the primary sources of direct evidence on the history, language, rituals, and practices of the ancient world. We started the epigraphic project of Epigraphic Corpus of Georgia in 2015, at Ilia State University and its Institute of Linguistic Research. And our aim was to document the wealthy epigraphic legacy, both discovered and preserved in Georgia, according to the EPIDOC guidelines, which is the part of the TEI text encoding initiative. And it is considered to be the digital analog of the Leiden Conventions. The first digital publication of the inscription found in Georgia we made was Armazi Bilingual, quite famous, published by first Georgi Tsereteli in the Journal of Roman Studies and then by Tinyatin on various occasions. So we prepared the new photo documentation in the National Museum of Georgia, the lapidarium of the National Museum of Georgia, and we also provided the encoded text of the inscription. I hope you can see on your screen. So the EPIDOC guidelines and encoding the text in XML format allows us to present on one page both critical and diplomatic edition of the text and also the code, which allows us to present text in a digital format. And for this edition, we prepared the actual Armazian Aramaic font, which was used to inscribe the tombstone of Serapita. Luckily, the inscription has all 33 letters of Armazi Aramaic script. So this was the first steps in digital epigraphy for the Ilia State University, and I would say for Georgia also. And then we, our group of researchers received funding from the National Foundation of Shota Rustaveli, and we then began the 3-year project, and we prepared again the encoding of the inscriptions found in Georgia, both Georgian, Greek, Armenian, Aramaic, and 2 Latin inscriptions we have from Georgia, and allowed us to test indices and concordances like bibliographic concordance, the full bibliography of our corpus, and also it allows go straight to the inscription which is cited in. For example, let's see the David Bakrat's application, Svanetian inscriptions. Let's hope the internet will, yes. And here you can see the cited page and you see the number of the inscription in our corpus. Then you can go to that reference. And that's quite useful tool, I would say. Another very useful tool we have built from the encoding of our inscriptions is the prosopographical list. So here you can see all persons mentioned in the inscriptions of our corpus. So these include both Georgian, Armenian, Greek, or Latin names. So attested persons who appear in our corpus, and this is very interesting possibility to, for example, send our corpus in Georgi, for example, but to have both Georgian inscription and Armenian inscription mention King Georgia side by side. So it's like the first, and to have them in one place to offer then this as a tool, to offer as a tool to the future research who might be driven to new questions that can be asked about history of region or so on. So here you can see the names of attested persons, and
Ja, also ich war ehrlich gesagt nicht dazu vorbereitet. Also wir haben das so beschlossen, dass Tamara will das präsentieren, aber sie ist jetzt in Omalo mit einer amerikanischen Kollegin und also sie hatte Störungen auf dem Weg, könnte nicht mehr zurückkommen und sie hat beschlossen, von hier das zu präsentieren, weil es geht nicht, wie ich das gesehen habe. Es geht um die multilingual epigraphische Erbe Georgiens, entweder aufbewahrt hier in Georgien oder aufgegraben hier. Also wir sind die erste Universität, die das Programm in digitalen Geisteswissenschaften hier eingeführt haben. Und als wir mit Frau Anholz gedenkt haben, was wir zusammen machen könnten, als beide Humboldt-Stipendiaten von verschiedenen, eine ist Linguistin und die andere Archäologin, da haben wir entschlossen, dass vielleicht meine Gruppe über Epigraphik mehr und so weniger oder mehr nah zum Archäologie machen müssen. Und heute werde ich jetzt ganz einfach das präsentieren, wie wir das Korpus eingestellt haben und welche Ergebnisse jetzt wir haben, etc. Aber am Anfang wollte ich Ihnen ein Video sozusagen vorstellen. Das ist eine Videoaufnahme, die wir im Staatsarchiv Georgiens gefunden haben. Es ist beim 1940 und dann 1954 als Armasi Bilingual Inscription gefunden wurde. Und das ist das vielleicht interessant als Geschichte, so fast 80 Jahre her. Und vielleicht könnte mir Frau Irina Rambashida helfen, um die Leute zu identifizieren. Einziges, was sie, also mehrere kenne ich schon. Es ist sehr interessant, wie feierlich sie sich angezogen sind. Selbst der Parteisekretär ist da und auch die Bauern, die da arbeiten, sie sind so feierlich angezogen mit weißen Hemden, finde ich, ist interessant. Es läuft auf Russisch, aber es geht um diese Entdeckung. Ich hoffe, es wird, trotzdem kann man nicht hören.
В сталинской эпохи предпочтительных методов. При содействии Лаврентия Павловича Берия было положено начало большому делу, научному изучению университетских древностей. В 1937 году была создана университетская археологическая экспедиция. Стучали лопаты, заработали люди. Раскопками руководили выдающиеся ученые нашей страны, ныне покойный академик Иван Александрович Джавахишвили и академик Семен Николаевич Чанашев. На Ставрском поле были обнаружены древнейшие погребения. Давность многих из них восходит к 15 веку до нашей эры. Первых веках нового летоисчисления могилы сооружались из камня, черепицы и кирпича. Каждая находка
Как ich Hanitze ist das very famous Georgian painter.
Памятники человеческой культуры, отдаленные друг от друга веками, лежат в детской земле рядом. Эпохи наслаивались здесь, как сама земля. Вверх по течению Кумы расположено Армавское ущелье. Здесь находится второй участок раскопок. Осень 1940 года особенно памятна в истории детских раскопок. Здесь была обнаружена усыпальница иверийских пятиах, высших должностных лиц древнего грузинского государства. В этих каменных саркофагах были похоронены пятиакши, Аспарус и Персума, а также их жены и близкие родственницы.
Selbst die Bauern tragen Jacken.
Доход значительно обогатили сокровищницу Государственного музея Грузии. Формат ущелья была найдена каменная плита с надписью на двух языках – греческом и арамейском. Надпись гласит: под этим камнем погребена Серафима, дочь Якши Зываха, супруга победоносного Йодмангана, начальника двора великого царя Иберов Сефарнуга. Умерла совсем еще молодая, была бесподобной красоты. Открытие германского ущелья говорят о высоко развитой культуре и мощи грузинского государства на заре нашей эры. Работы в шведской археологической экспедиции сюда стекается множество посетителей. Ученые, писатели, работники искусства, студенты и врачи проявляют живейший интерес к памятникам старины.
Weiß nicht. Ja.
Глубокой стариной веет от детской земли. В Агидете, на склонах хребта, в 1944 году были обнаружены остатки стен древнего Акрополя. Стены сходились на вершине горы, где стояла наблюдательная башня. Отсюда можно провести круговое наблюдение на многие десятки километров. На участке между стенами археологи нашли остатки дворцового сооружения. Это была колоннада, напоминающая античные дворцы и храмы. Кладка камней свидетельствует о большом мастерстве строителей. сентябре 1946 года на Багинетском участке была обнаружена также гробница, которая относится ко II веку нашей эры. При вскрытии саркофага присутствовал секретарь Центрального комитета коммунистической партии Яев. Саркофаге были найдены золотые и серебряные предметы огромной ценности.
Ist zu Ende. So. Danke sehr. Jetzt werde ich zurück zum Epigraphic gehen. Madame. Ja, Entschuldigung für die technische sozusagen, aber das war auch ein Stück aus der Sowjetgeschichte, vielleicht epigraphische Ausgrabungen hier in Georgien. Und jetzt kommen wir zurück zum epigraphischen Korpus Georgiens. Bis jetzt, also das Projekt ist im Progress und bis jetzt haben wir georgische, griechische, armenische, aramäische und lateinische Inschriften und noch die hebräische sind schon bereit. Wir müssen das noch dazu warten. Epidoc Guideline ist das moderne, so international weit bekannte Guideline für die Dokumentation der Inschriften. Und für Georgisch, Armenisch und also Aramäisch haben wir es sozusagen adaptiert, weil bis jetzt gab es keine georgische, armenische oder auch diese almasische, aramäische Inschriften. Die also der höchste Kollektion der epigraphischen, also elektronischen Edition der Epigraphik ist, war vorbereitet, hat vorbereitet diese Heidelberg-Schule. Könnte ich mal vielleicht die Inschriften selbst zeigen, wie es das aussieht. Sie können hier all die historische Material, die diplomatische und kritische Aufgabe hier sehen und natürlich den XML-File runterladen und dann für ihre sozusagen für ihre weitere Forschungspläne das verwenden. Hier kann ich leider das nicht öffnen, aber das funktioniert bei mir zu Hause. Können wir vielleicht die griechische Inschrift, gerade die erste, was man trifft, das ist von Ilk-Anitom Greek Inscription. Und ist das die Geschichte über die Inscription, das ist die diplomatische Edition und das ist die Interpretation und die kritische Aufgabe. Dann ist die Bibliografie, die Epidoc kann man runterladen und XML.
Und so ist das, alle Inschriften bearbeiten. Dazu kommen die Index, Abbreviaturen, das sind die Lemmata, die Ortsnamen, das sind die Berufsnamen. Ne? Und alle Berufsnamen aus georgischen, griechischen, aramäischen, hebräischen, lateinischen und armenischen Inschriften hier sind. Und was Wichtigste ist, also diese Datenbank ist Linked-Datenbank, ist mit anderen Datenbanken liegt. Und wenn unser Pitiach zum Beispiel, dieser Rollname, dieser Berufsname hier einmal erwähnt ist, wir können mit allen Pitiachs aus anderen Datenbanken das vergleichen. Das ist besonders wichtig für die weitere Forschung. Das ist die Konkordanz mit Bibliographie und mit Prosopographie. Alle die Namen, die in diesen Inschriften erwähnt sind, in jeder Sprache kann man hier das sehen. Da kann man zum Beispiel diese Antonius, Antinos, kann man zu Inschriften weiter zurückgehen, etc. Und Prosopographie ist das besonders wichtig, weil das ist die Rekonstruktion, also für die Rekonstruktion der fragmentierten Welt. Und damit kann man, also in Linguistik zum Beispiel ist es ganz wichtig, alle Ortsnamen oder alle Lemmata aus epigraphischen Denkmälern zu haben. Bis jetzt haben wir ungefähr 1500 Inschriften hier dokumentiert. Und natürlich ist nur ein kleiner Teil, weil selbst die griechischen Inschriften, wir haben von verschiedenen Perioden, also vorchristliche Periode und nachchristliche Periode, das ist nur ein Teil. Wir haben so 500 griechische Inschriften bis jetzt. Ich entschuldige mich nochmals, weil das war thematisch, weder thematisch noch chronologisch passte nicht dazu, aber es war auch wichtig für unsere Donors zu zeigen, dass wir sozusagen in diesem Bereich kooperieren können. Danke sehr. Und ich entschuldige natürlich für die technische Fehler.
Thank you very much for this insight into your project. I wish you good luck with it. Maybe there are questions. Okay.
Sie haben jetzt 1500 Inschriften. Mit wie vielen rechnen Sie ungefähr? Was soll am Ende oder wie groß wird das am Ende werden?
Das ist jetzt Arbeit, die ich mit meinen Studenten zusammen mache. Wir haben so extra Kurs, also digitale Epigraphik. Und jeder Kurs macht ihre so extra Projekte und die dokumentieren diese. Zum Beispiel letztes Jahr haben wir knapp 300 armenische Inschriften aus Georgien darin dokumentiert. Vorletztes Jahr hatten wir die georgische Inschrift aus Armenien und unser weiteres Ziel ist, also die urartische Inschrift auch reintragen, die urartische Kollektion aus Tbilisi hier, und wir wollen auch unsere armenische Kollegen in Kooperation setzen mit München. Wir haben einiges vor, dass man mit München diese Urartu-Inschriften zusammen machen. Und also im Griechischen, also im Fall des Griechischen rechnen wir mit knapp 5000 Inschriften, aber beider Periode, also auch die mehrere Teile sind aus christlicher Periode. Inzwischen sind auch die Fresko-Inschriften, nicht nur die grafische, sondern Fresko-Inschriften. Leider weiß man nicht, wie viele georgische sind. Also ich meine es bis zum Mittelalter. Es gibt gar keine, wir haben die Editionen, so printed Editionen, aber da kann man mit knapp 6.000 georgischen Inschriften rechnen, aber das ist unvollständig. Es gibt die Regionen, die überhaupt nicht mehr bearbeitet sind. Und armenische sind teilweise ediert, aber man weiß auch nicht, wie viel es sind. Persönlich, ich kenne knapp 2000 aus dem Südgeorgien. Und genauso, also weiß ich auch nicht, wie viel georgische Inschriften, zum Beispiel aus Harabat oder anderen Stellen aus dieser Grenzregion gibt. Leider sind wir nicht so besonders gut in diesem, auch in der Papieredition. Also es war, Sie wissen, 3 Jahre hat nur die unabhängige georgische Universität existiert. Da kam Sowjetunion. Sie wollten auch sozusagen wissenschaftlich was tun, aber so einfach war das nicht. Und wenn man jetzt fragt, wie viel überhaupt wir in Georgien haben, das wissen wir leider noch nicht.
Aber die Zahlen sind sehr beeindruckend.
Ja, und im Ausland, also jetzt werden in Jerusalem oder in Palästina mehrere georgische Inschriften oder in Türkei auch, im frühen Mittelalter. Und Aramäisch haben wir schon in unserem Korpus etwa 150 und 50 Hebräisch. Hebräische sind vom 1. Jahrhundert und dann aber aus dem 14., 15. Jahrhundert, das sind die Grabinschriften. Und die allergrößte müsste die griechische sein. Über 2000 sind schon publiziert.
Other questions? Okay, thank you again. And now our last presentation is Simone Arnkamp and Otto.
I'm starting with an image of Samreklo. What is that? Okay. Samreklo is located on the northwestern edge of the Shiraki Plain, a plateau surrounded by the Alazani River Valley to the north and the Yori River to the south. Adjoining to the small town of Titopliskaro, which you can see here. The Shiraki Plain represents the most eastern part of the Tsivkumburi range. Better now? Okay. Rising several hundred meters above the deeply incised river valleys. The slopes are strikingly steep with a particular pronounced drop in altitude at the west, which you can see here very well, I think. The way up to the plateau is the easiest in the east, but very arduous from the other sides, from here to here. Samreklo is located at the west, just a few hundred meters from the steep slopes into the Alazani Valley, and close to the narrows that allows unrestricted access to the plain from the west. To my mind, the way from east to west or to the opposite is the most favorable, because if you choose the route through the river valleys, you have to cross a lot of tributary rivers. Samreklo itself is a natural hill and has been initially overformed by creating concentric terraces on its slopes. These initially led us to assume that we were dealing with a late Bronze, early Iron Age site here. And indeed, larger quantities of this period were found here. But first, I want to introduce here some geomagnetic prospections by our colleague Jörg Fassbinder and his team, which he has done before the excavation in 2019. I don't know why, but it dropped. No, it steps further without my. doing anything, but okay. You can see here in the circle this corner which Jörg and his team detected, and we were lucky because we set our spade here in the first and detected a large stone building in the first 10 or 15 minutes of our excavation that we tribute to our colleagues from Munich. Thank you very much. Yeah. We were able to expose the ground plan here of a building with one room measuring 8.5 to 7 meters. The foundation of a double-shelled wall was preserved in one stone layer with different structures. While the west, southern, and eastern walls showed 2 shells with a stone filling inside, the northern wall here consisted of 3 rows of stones. So we have a different structure here. Massive blocks were only visible on the outer edge of the building. That means during the construction of the building, considerations was given to the sloping hillside situations and thus different static properties. Corresponding building material was presumably procured from the surrounding area to the west of Samreklo in appropriate size. Sorry. On the longitude axis of the building were 2 stone slabs, which may be seen as underlays for posts that formerly supported the roof. Here and here. In some areas of the building, level stone pavements could be uncovered that consisted of only 1 layer of stones here on the left side. We assume here a substructure for the floor, which was presented in the building over a large area, but was no longer preserved at the time of excavation due to the erosion and the slope situation. Only a few protected areas could detect a loomy soil above this stone layer, which appeared as a thin covering and was not interspersed with stones or pottery. I have no idea why these steps here are inside. Interestingly, we were able to uncover a layer below the stone pavement where soil was interspersed with few stones but sherds. Beneath this was another layer of stone, but it was very much less leveled and was below the foundation and was composed of more fragmented material than the stone pavement of our substructure above. In the western area of this substructure, the lower limbs and the skull of a sheep were recovered in a confined space, which you can see here on the right image. The narrow find situation suggests a deposition in a bag or in an organic container. To conclude the description of this finding, which is called Building 1 of Samreklo, we would like to point out a special accumulation of burnt dope, namely more than 37 kilos in total, with some recognizable imprints of rods and wattle. That leads us to the conclusion that our one-room building consisted of a stone foundation with rising walls of wattle and dope. Since the roof had a span of a width of 7 meters on the narrow sides, the 2 supporting posts were used, which thus also constructed the interior, structured the interior. We cannot provide any information about the construction of the roof, but most reconstructions show flat roofs. So change of scene. In 2021, despite the pandemic, we were able to resume our work with a small team and continued the investigation on the hilltop on the north, to the north of the Building 1. Here too, we were able to uncover 1 or 2 dwelling remains very quickly underneath the surface, even though this realization had to mature first. As the construction was completely different, we could find already relatively flat stones, but most of them were 5 to 10 centimeters in diameter and not densely packed, which you can see here. This is the first level, and here is the second level. The image on the left shows the upper stone fill in an east-west orientation in the center of the section, with a younger pit to the north here. Directly below and rotated almost 90 degrees is the second stone level like this. The preservation of the feature is astonishing, especially since the upper one is located directly in the topsoil and not more than 5 or 8 centimeters of soil was above. Apart from the stone fills, there are almost no remains of building, despite of 82 kilos of burnt clay. An exception is a linear row of stones in the northeast of the lower fill. Despite intensive and material uncovering of the feature, it was only preserved in about 1 meter, 1.7 meters here. The northern end points towards the slope, but is not in the direct slope area, so that any rolling of stones due to erosion can be ruled out. The plan shows that within section N1 and 2, we were able to expose the west-east aligned features over a length of 5 meters and a width of slightly more than 3 meters. Directly below, a second comparable feature is in north-south. Similar structures are also evident in the adjoining areas to the west, but we still need to examine that in more detail, as we cannot figure out a clear concept right now. Directly on top of the lower stone level, a small vessel, almost completely preserved, and the only one, sorry, there are a lot of lags in the text, and the only one to rest directly on this feature. Either it was laid down after the abandonment of the first dwelling, or before the construction of the second house above. Since it shows hardly any damages, we assume that it was deliberately placed in the ground barely and carefully surrounded with stones in the course of the more recent building construction and was therefore protected. Despite an extensive publication of Iron Age pottery in the region, we have been unable to grasp any comparison except within Saint-Réclus itself. A very similar but much larger vessel was recovered in 2019 during excavations at Building 1, but it was completely broken. The final phase of Saint-Réclus' use is currently marked by 3 graves on the crest of the hill, unfortunately distributed along the northern edge of the slope and scattered to the east of the older ground plan. The middle grave lay immediately north of a poorly preserved pack and could at first only be identified as a vessel laying horizontal in the ground, which you can see here on the left image. It soon became apparent that the vessel held a burial covered by a bowl. Next to this was a small jar, which is currently being examined for traces of its former contents. The larger jar and the bowl suffered damage from a powerful spade thrust, so we excavated it en bloc and further uncovering was carried on in the excavation house. As the grave container was only about half filled with earth, this required preparations for the transport, as the cavity had to be padded out to minimize displacements inside during the car ride. The large vessel turned out to be a butter vessel with a vertical handle, a small spout on the shoulder, and 3 knobs like appliques attached to the inside of the base. Its final documentation will take place this year, I hope. The butter jar contained the burial of a child, probably 2 to 4 years old. It was buried with its head towards the rim of the vessel, laying north-south in the grave and facing slightly to the east. The vertebrae were distributed on the lowest level on the vessel down to its bottom. Close to the head, on the left side of the child's chest, was a high-quality small bowl, which is to be understood as a ceramic replica of a so-called Achaemenid bowl. In it, we found a small bone. The vessel characterized by strikingly thin walls, an omphalos base and sculptural ornaments on the outside. 6 extended points or knobs divided it into 6 sections. Between the peaks run irregularly distributed vertical incisions right on the top here. This zoning of the exterior doesn't repeat itself in the interior, but here 5 spirals depart from the omphalos over a large area. Comparable bowls are known from East Georgia for the second half of the first millennium BC. It is evident that flat bowls are less frequently attested here than the original Achaemenid form. These higher types are also known from the metal bowls from the 4th and 3rd century BC. The piece from Quimokedi here in the right corner, whose shape falls qualitatively in comparison to the other pieces. Nevertheless, the surrounding area shows several signs of imitations of high quality metal vessels, which will be investigated soon. It was noticeable that there were 2 objects in the vicinity of the tomb that would be interpreted as toys if modern ideas were considered. Firstly, a small zoomorphic ceramic figure was found. It is a fragmented piece about 4 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide, with 4 short, partly stubby legs, a short tail, and poorly developed torso. The head is broken off, as you can see it here, I hope. Clearly visible are traces of kneading in the form of partial fingerprints on the surface. The second find, which can cautiously be referred to as a toy, is also fragmented specimen, so that its identification was different first. It is enlarged ceramic roller with a small L-shaped extension with a hole and a bending short toil above it, which you can see here in detail. Thanks to the attentive observation of Sabina Brodbeck-Jucker in the De Dublescaro Museum, we know a comparable piece from Tiscarant-Gora, a site about 20 kilometers to the east. This is an enlarged object with a cylindrical shape and perforated projections at both ends. The short tail observed on the piece from Samreklo is clearly visible on one side, and an animal head is also visible on the opposite side at the piece of Tiscarant-Gora, which here in Samreklo was broken off like the other one on top. This gives the impression that in Samreklo, the fragment of a small animal model was with former axles and a pair of wheels at the front and back was laid down near the child's grave, maybe as a toy. It should be noted that the head of both pieces were not presented anymore and was broken at an old age. That's important, I think. Whether this was intentional or accidental cannot be proven. Completely battered was a pilgrim's bottle made of fine ware with vertical handles. One could already fit it into the partial restored piece, but the second one is still in our archive. The bottle shows a central applied knob and is painted with fleetingly drawn concentric light stripes. In some distance, stitches have also been placed on a concentric line ending in 3 rays on one side, here on this part, and there's another one around the neck. The sherds of the pilgrim bottle could be recovered in different levels on the slope area, also in front of the child's grave. So far, we can present two radiocarbon data from each of the two areas which we excavated in the last 2 years, or in 2019 and 2021. And the measurement results are close, although the different quality of the data must be considered here. Building 1 on the Sassam slope, which was uncovered during the first excavation in Samreklo, showed a feature situation strongly affected by erosion, since the running horizon in the form of a clay floor was preserved only in a few areas. It was not possible to record an inventory, unfortunately. However, 2 radiocarbon dates, each measured on samples from the building, represent an interim result. The first sample, which you can see here, was uncovered between the 2 shells of the wall or the foundation. The second one, just a few meters to the east, which you can see here, but on the same level. 2 more dates could be measured on samples of the last excavation. One was taken on the crest of Samreklo from the fill of a pit on the northern edge of the slope. Here was a stratum of larger stones, which we assume overlay an ancient surface. The second sample of the year, here number 4, represents, I don't know why, sorry, a piece of charcoal recovered from between the stones of the older, that means lower stone level. Yeah. The dates fall between a plateau extending from the early 4th century to the beginning of the 2nd century BC. Thus that the Samreklo building features investigated so far, or their erection, can be placed within this period. I think some analysis of the ceramic could help to rule out former or younger age. Now we are not yet able to clarify how these now we are not yet able to clarify how these different houses were used. Parallels to the lighter ground plans of the hilltop are currently not known. In my opinion, it's a singular feature. It's not a singular feature that we have this light ground plans on the hill crest, but it is very difficult to find any similar findings because it's very difficult to excavate this. But what I want to show you now is a possibility why there were why the Samreklo could be interesting for a former population, because we found in one pit very large chunks of jasper, which you can see here, and that is only a selection of the whole jasper chunks we found. So far, I think we have about 12 kilo or something like that. Yes, that's a little overview of our work in progress. We want to continue our excavation this summer and hope to get better findings, not so light ones. Thank you very much.
What's the question?
Yeah, we have a lot of jasper, and jasper beads are scattered all over the hill, all over the hilltop, very small ones with 3 to 7 millimeters in diameter. They are very, very small, tiny, but they are everywhere.
Sorry, what do you mean when they were everywhere? Like everywhere on the side, or it's everywhere in the surroundings?
There are no, the question was about the quantity of the small beads. They are scattered everywhere, but only singular. There are no accumulations. It's here one, the next one is a few meters away. It's, yeah, it's a bit like somebody throw it through the ground.
Do we have any idea where the jasper is coming from? Is it local, or does it need to be brought?
To my mind, it's local, because in 2019 we had a deep sounding and we found jasper in the soil, in the lime soil, in this size.
Okay.
Was nice.
The children in the butter vessel.
Yeah.
Is this
It's just one child, not children.
Oh yeah, one child. Do you have is it possible to make lipid analysis in this butter vessel? Was it used before as a butter vessel or
It's in progress.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And our anthropologist will investigate the bones this summer. I hope.
Okay, I have a question about this bottle you showed before.
With the stripes?
Yes. Yes, with pilgrim bottle. Yes, with one. It's only with stripes. Are they filled with a white paste or
No,
like?
no. It's only painting.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
And it's not of high quality. The bottle itself, it's fascinating, and the wear is of very, to my mind, good quality. But the stripes are like children's painting. Yes, it's you see it, it's striking.
Other questions? Okay, everything clear. Thank you very much. Thank you to all contributors. Thank you to all discussants. Okay, thank you. Thank you to all contributors. Thank you to all discussants. And thank you again to the organization, Nino Doborskinice, Simone Arnhold, of this very nice conference. Thank you.
Please allow me just a few remarks. A few of you asked me about a publication. Yes, there will be a publication, and I'll send you the guideline. You must not write the contribution if you not want our paper. Don't look so angry at me. Yeah. Okay, for everyone who wants to submit a paper, you're welcome. I know not everyone will join our excursion tomorrow, so that's sad to me, but okay, more or less. For those, I want to say thank you for your contribution. It was very fascinating. That was to all. Have a good journey home and goodbye. For all others, we depart here at 10 o'clock in the morning. That means depart. Okay? Here in the yard. No, not for this room over there in the yard. And then, no, I don't have to say goodbye at this time because I want to say thank you to the technical staff. You did a great job. Thank you very much. It was a very, very good support for our conference. Thank you very much.